Peace and blessings, family, peace and blessings. You all should be able to hear me loud and clear. Let's make sure everything is good before we get started this evening. We will be streaming here on YouTube tonight. So I want to make sure everything is good here before we call in the Blog Talk and get the show started. So let me know how the video is, how the audio is, if there's any issues. Let me know. I will give you all some time there in the chat to respond. I don't see anybody responding yet. I know there is a delay. So just standing by here. All right, I'm getting that it's all clear. All clear. Very clear. All right, so looks like we're good to go then. All praises. We are good to go. I'm going to go ahead and call into Blog Talk and, let everyone know we're streaming here on YouTube tonight. I did put it out on Facebook and, tried to let everyone know where we will be tonight. I think I even put a message up on Twitch, but I'm not sure how that works since we're not streaming live from there tonight. But if there's anyone just let them know where we'll be tonight. We'll be here on YouTube. So let me go ahead and call into the Blog Talk and we will get started.
Welcome to Blogtalk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key. I'm sorry, but I did not. Welcome to Blogtalk Radio. Please.
To start your show now, press 1 to hear.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where do willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonicus. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, cried during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captive, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song. And they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yeah, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget that he's of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom, and the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High has put his spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government knows it. The bank systems, they realize that they know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries, over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, that everything is going to be all right, but you're going to be floating up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened his elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible, the 5th verse. For I say of the Lord will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of it. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Watawada, peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all and thank you for tuning in to another broadcast of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. It is April 8th, 2022, 7:16 p.m. Central Standard Time. I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well this evening, that you've had a blessed week, that everything has been well for you since the last time we were here. And hey, we're here on YouTube tonight. I know a lot of people are wondering what's going on. Well, since things, somewhat died down to some degree when it comes to things in regards to the cold or sickness that they said was going on in the earth, and haven't seen too many people, taking hits from this platform for the different things that they speak about. I said, well, we really aren't speaking about those things with the material we have tonight. So let us go ahead and try to see if we could do it on YouTube. But don't worry if there's any issues with anything. I am recording this and it will be uploaded to Odyssey, our backup channel there. Should anything happen, all right, not really worried about it. We always record these streams as a backup to be uploaded should anything happen, and hopefully nothing happens. I will do my best to watch my words. So for those of you who are listening, you have to, read between the lines and understand that I will be speaking cryptically when it comes to the cold or sickness that they said happened in around 2020 that caused a big lockdown. I will use terms like DVOC, 91, or the cold or the sickness, things like that, just to get around the algorithms, just to be on the safe side. And I don't believe any of the material we're going into tonight can be a conflict either. So we should be fine. We should be okay. But nonetheless, we are here on YouTube. Let everyone know. Want to give all praises to the Most High God. His name in the Hebrew is Ahiah. His son, whose name in the Hebrew is Yeshua, who the world calls Jesus Christ. And also the Holy Spirit, which in the Hebrew is the Ruach, or some may say Ruach Quadash. Okay. So want to give all praises to be here. As where I'm at, the sun has not gone down yet, but we are coming into the Sabbath day. So it's always a blessing to make it to another high holy day, as we work all week to make it to this day of rest where we can, definitely connect in on a high spiritual level with the heavens and the heavenly realm. Also to be here to broadcast is always a blessing, never a given. And so I want to make sure I give thanks first. And I thank you, brothers and sisters, for being here also. Your support definitely drives the channel. The support, the energy, all the love and charity that you all exude, it goes a long way to make sure that, I'm putting my best foot forward to be here from time to time. We're here every other week for now, but just to make sure that, we are covering information when it comes to what's going on in the world, current events, news, and connecting it with Bible prophecy, connecting those dots for you all. So speaking of that, let me go ahead and go into tonight's title before we go any further. That way, you all know what we're talking about tonight. Tonight's broadcast, the title is going to be Build Back Better. The New World Order's Great Narrative. Build Back Better. The New World Order's Great Narrative. All right, so we're going to go into that and more, covering a lot tonight. If it be the Lord's will, definitely a lot of information to go into tonight. So y'all make sure that y'all have your popcorn out as you get buckled in and get ready for tonight's information. Before we go into the information, just to give some announcements here, we have for this broadcast, the different ways you can listen in. Of course, tonight we are streaming here on YouTube. It's GOCC Southwest on YouTube. Just go to that channel. You should see us streaming live. This is the main channel for GOCC Southwest and the Friday night Coming Out of Babylon broadcast. So you can keep up to date with all the information. It's all here on this channel. So make sure you're subscribed if you're not, to keep up and to be able to link in with all the different platforms that we have under our About section. Also, you can check the description box of this video, and there's information in there as well, like our Odyssey channel, where we store the backups, usually when we're on Twitch, because Twitch only allows 14 days of hosting for broadcasting. After 14 days, they delete it off their server, so we have Odyssey as a backup to upload there. All right. We are also streaming from Blogtalk, doing a simulcast. The guest caller number is 515-605-9327. 515-605-9327. If you have a comment or a question, just simply press the number 1, and I will periodically check the call lines to see if we have any callers and take your calls as they come. And I'm going to go ahead and actually put the guest caller number here in the chat. That way you have it there. Definitely call in and, speak on things that may be on your mind as we go through the material for tonight. Okay. We also have the Hebrew and Bible Academy, the new installment, at the end of this month, beginning of next month, somewhere around there. I don't have an official date right now, but somewhere around the end of this month, beginning of next month, we have the Hebrew and Bible Academy for the Gathering of Christ Church. For those who don't know, you can go to historytimes.org to find out more information about the Hebrew and Bible Academy, as well as sign up if you would like to join. We just finished week 9. We're going into week 10. So we have 3 more weeks of lessons, and then sometimes there's a week or 2 in between. So in about a month from now, we're going to be going into the next season or the next session of the Academy. So if you'd like to sign up, make sure that you take advantage and get in while you can. We also have the main church channel, A Gathering 144, and the backup channel, GOCC NYC, on YouTube. All right. So for those that aren't subscribed to those channels, definitely go subscribe. And we also have I Am Fit podcast, where we have a slew of leaders headed off by Elder Gabar, who do podcasts, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. Just kind of depends, but they have a lot of good material over there. So definitely go over there, check them out, subscribe, and show your support there as well. All right. So again, we're on YouTube tonight. Make sure you share it through your social media, text messaging, whatever ways that you can share it. Let everyone know where we are tonight. And we're gonna give it a shot here tonight to see how things go. It's been a while since we've had a broadcast here, but I'm gonna go ahead and give it a shot. All right, so let's go ahead and go back into tonight's title. All right, the title for tonight's broadcast, once again, is Build Back Better, the New World Order's Great Narrative. All right, now some may say, wait a minute, that was last week's title. Well, almost. Last week's title was Build Back Better, the New World Order's Great Reset. Okay, so while there is some similarity and we're going to actually build on last week's broadcast, there is some difference between the Great Reset and the Great Narrative. All right, so we're going to go into all that and more tonight, and also what is really going on in Ukraine, and does the Bible actually prophesy and give us some key insight, some clues as to what's going on in Ukraine, Russia, Europe, NATO, the United States of America, all those things. Can we find this in Scripture? All right, so we're going to go into that tonight. And, you know, we've been having the broadcast over, I would say, the past 4 or 5 months, where we've been dealing with different things in with titles like the seven-headed beast, the beast with 10 horns. We talked about the statue with 10 toes, the toes of iron and miry clay, and the altered carbon, the robot alchemy, the singularity. Right? We've been dealing with things from a more biological, technological, scientific level when it comes to the information. And last broadcast and tonight's broadcast, we're going to be dealing more so with things in regards to politically, the 10 horns, the 10 toes, the iron and miry clay. Not only politically, but also financially, economically, historically. Okay, those particular parts of dealing with the beast. 7 heads, 10 horns, the golden statue Daniel saw with 10 toes. Okay, dealing with all those things tonight, but from a different angle, since they have now switched the narrative off of our biology and all the different science, medicine, and technology that they were using for the past 2 years to really promote in the media, mainstream media. Okay, so now there's been a shift, not that that's changed or that that's stopped by any means. It's on a simmer, on the back burner. But now the war has been brought to the forefront, or what they would call a war between Russia and Ukraine. And in the midst of all of that, there's been a lot of different things going on the political in the political arena and environment. And a lot of people, there's been a lot of distraction out there. Of course, we talked about, the Will Smith fiasco and all the things that happened there. And you have, we have March Madness and, basketball and, all these different distractions, that are just out there right now. And if you're not paying very close attention, some of these particular details as far as what's been laid out, but what they're coming out in public and speaking publicly now and saying what's being laid out and what they're looking to do, is they're laying it all out, putting it right in front of our face, in our faces. So we're going to now shine a light and really highlight, okay, and detail some of these things that they're now bringing out on a political arena and a political scale on a global scale, when they talk about building back better and dealing with the New World Order's great narrative. So first, dealing with build back better. Okay, I want to lay the groundwork with the scripture real quick, and then we're going to, after we get through the information tonight, we're going to come back full scale and come back to these same scriptures. What are they looking to build back better? As you can see here on your screen, you have in the middle of this montage or this collage of pictures, you have the Tower of Babel. Okay. What are they looking to build back better? So we're going to start with this scripture and come back. We're going to make our way back around to it by the end of this broadcast when we go through some more scriptures. But we're going into the book of Malachi. We're going to the book of Malachi. And Malachi chapter 1, verse 4. Malachi 1 and 4 says, "Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places." So Edom, and we're going to talk about Edom tonight. For those that don't know who Edom is, historically, when you do the research, you'll see that Edom are the Romans, the Greeks, the Romans, okay, the modern day Jews, okay, Europeans, okay, this is Edom. So Edom said that we are going to return and build back better. We're going to return and build the desolate places, okay. But thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, or they shall think to build back better, right? They shall build, but I will throw down. And they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord have indignation forever. So just so that everyone out there understands that they think they're going to build back better. They think that they're building this beast system, this modern day Tower of Babel. Okay, and they're trying to convince us what they're building back better is something different than what they're actually in their imagination looking to build. All right, they're not telling us that they're looking to rebuild the lost city of Atlantis and they're looking to build that back better. They're not telling us, which was before the flood, they're not telling us that after the flood they had the Tower of Babel and they're looking to build that back better. Okay, that's what they're looking to build back better. What they tried to do before the flood and got destroyed, they think they're going to be able to do it again, but better. But according to Malachi 1 and 4, the Lord said he will throw down. Okay, so, sit tight. We're going to come back around to not only this scripture, but more precepts too. We're going to take it all in as far as the information that's going on in our current events and news right now, and hopefully be able to connect those dots to show what's going on right now to the Bible. Okay, what's going on in Ukraine and what's really going on in Ukraine? What does it really mean versus what are they actually telling us it means? All right. So when we speak about the New World Order's great narrative, let us first get the definition of what is a narrative, because for those that listened to the last broadcast, we went into the Build Back Better, we went into the New World Order, and we also went into the Great Reset. So now let's deal with this great narrative. Okay, what is a narrative? Well, we're going to go to Wikipedia here. Let me pull up the whiteboard for you all so you all can see. One moment. Wikipedia.com, narrative. What is a narrative? It says here, a narrative, story, or tale is any account of a series of related events or experiences, whether non-fictional, memoir, biography, news report, documentary, travelogue, etc., or fictional, fairy tale, fable, legend, thriller, novel, etc. So a narrative, we must understand, can be non-fictional or it can be fictional. It says here, narratives can be presented through a sequence of written or spoken words, still or moving images, or any combination of these. The word derives from the Latin verb narrar or narrare, to tell, which is derived from the adjective narris, meaning knowing or skilled, along with argumentation, description, and exposition. Narration, broadly defined, is one of our 4 rhetorical modes of discourse. More narrowly defined, it is the fiction writing mode in which the narrator communicates directly to the reader. Okay, so it is the fiction writing mode in which the narrator communicates directly to the reader. So we understand that a narrative has a narrator. Okay, a narrator is the person that's telling the story, or the narrative, or the tale. All right, so with identifying the narrative, we must also identify who is the narrator, who is the author, who is the script writer of this narrative. Okay, it says here, the school of literary criticism known as Russian formalism, that's, interesting, Russia there, but it says, has applied methods used to analyze narrative fiction to non-fictional texts such as political speeches. Political speeches. Interesting. Narrative is found in all forms of human creativity, art, and entertainment, including speech, literature, theater, music, and song, comics, journalism, film, television, and video games, radio, gameplay, unstructured recreation, and performance in general, as well as some painting, sculpture, drawing, photography, and other visual arts. As long as a sequence of events is presented, several art movements, such as modern art, refuse the narrative in favor of the abstract and conceptual. So these are the different ways in which a narrative can be laid out. Okay, through music, all right, songs, comics. We talked about comic books a lot here lately. Journalism, through your media, film, television, and video, through Hollywood, through the TV, okay, TV shows, cartoons, video games, radio. All right, this is a way that a narrative can be spoken, okay, through speech, literature, right, through writings, all, through books, okay, all different kind of ways that it can be brought out. And speaking of books, I have a book here. You all can see it. The Great Narrative for a Better Future. By who? None other than Klaus Schwab. All right. And I want to say, shout out to Brother Lamont. He actually is the one that let me borrow this book. And at the time when he let me borrow it, I couldn't find the PDF for this book because this book just came out at the end of last year. But we talked about the Great Reset last week, and this is actually part 2, or the next book follow-up. The sequel to the Great Reset is the Great Narrative. And I'm going to pull up. And it's interesting because I just today I went online and said, let me see if I can find the PDF. And I was able to find the PDF. Okay, the Great Narrative for a Better Future. All right, so we're going to talk about this book tonight, as well as the summit that they had, because they had a summit also dealing with this great narrative, as they always do. They always have these summits, these simulations, and where they get up and they talk about these things publicly. So we can only imagine what they're talking about behind closed doors. Give me one moment here. Just want to monitor something here, making sure that everything is good with the broadcast. Give me one moment. So we have the great narrative here for a better future. But before we go to the book, I want to actually deal with the video. Here we have on the World Economic Forum's website, The Great Narrative, a call to action. What call to action do they have? Let's check it out here.
Good afternoon. We are coming to the closing session of this extraordinary event, designing a great narrative for the future. First, I want to thank all the 40 plus participants who have participated in this exercise. It was such an engaging discussion, and it will be very difficult for the panel really to distill all the interesting points.
So he said this was an exercise, right? This great narrative, they had an exercise, and now the panel is going to get up and speak about this exercise, but there's no way that they can quantify and put in words all the details of what happened behind closed doors with this exercise, right?
Have been made. So consider what we are doing in the panel discussion as a kind of snapshot of what has happened during the last 48 hours. I want to thank also, at the beginning of this meeting, the government of Dubai for the extraordinary hospitality which we have been, I would say, living through the last 2 days. Now let me turn to this great narrative closing plenary And we have 5 extraordinary.
And looking at this panel here, you know, it's interesting. You have nothing but women up here. And I think that's very telling. Okay. No men, but you have this one man, and again, women have their place in our society, so it's not to, you know, denigrate or to downplay a woman's role in our society. However, the issue is when women become the forefront and they become pedestalized to the top over men in a society. And when you look at all societies where this happens, those societies fall, those empires fall. Okay? It's not a woman's place to be the authority in the world. Okay? And that's according to the Bible. And I saw a quote. It said it had like dates, and it was the different, you know, period of time. Maybe during the Renaissance time, it said we went from the age of enlightenment, and then it had a time period after that to the age of reason, and then it got to the modern time, the 20th and 21st century. It said to an age of emotion, to where everything in our society now is basically reason through emotion. Okay, and we're not to reason ourselves strictly off emotion. Okay, there has to be some logical, rational reasoning in order for things to be stable and solid when it comes to sound decision making. So in order to get us to this place, of course, you would have to propel women to a place to where in times past they never were, to get us to this age of emotion, to where now men are highly emotional. Okay, insert Will Smith, who would get up on the greatest stage in white America and shame him and his family by slapping Chris Rock on the world stage. And not to go too deep into that, I'm just using that as an example to where it's not saying that only women are emotional. We're living in a time where men are just as emotional, if not more emotional, than women. But this comes from a society that has now replaced men with women, especially in the black community where we have matriarchy, and the matriarchy has replaced the patriarchy. Okay, where women now are the head and men are the tail. So what happens is the young men that are raised up in that culture become very emotional because they're raised by their mothers. They're looking at their moms and how their moms deal with situations, and they're now taking on that energy, those vibrations and those mannerisms, and how they deal with things in life. But, you know, not that there aren't panels where you see men in these instances, but I'm very shocked to see all these women up here. But nonetheless, just something that stuck out. Let's move forward here.
People with us. I would like to start maybe with Frieke Heyman. I will introduce everybody when I ask the first question. And we want to do a little bit of ping pong, intellectual ping pong. So I ask everybody probably 3, 4, 5 questions, may interrupt and may ask for comments. So let's start. Frieke Heyman, you are the founding director of Quantum Delta, but you are known in your country as Miss Innovation. Particularly intrigued by the new technologies, that's your life. So what are the big trends you foresee if we imagine we are in the transition to a completely new world? I think that was one of the conclusions. The world of tomorrow will be different from what we experience today.
The world of tomorrow will be completely and totally different than what we experience today. Okay, we're in a transition, is what he said. Okay, so they're declaring this, and through the DVOC 91 campaign, they've now declared that because of that, and because of events that are now following, now dealing with the war in Ukraine, so-called war in Ukraine, the upcoming food crisis, the energy crisis, the economic crisis, the cyber crisis, all these crises have now made way for this better tomorrow. That the old today is spent and it's gone. We're going into a new day now. All right.
It will be a different world. Now, we do not know, we can imagine this new world, but we cannot, let's say, describe this new world in all the details. But we can see certain trends. So, Franke, what trends do you see in shaping this new world?
And they always refer to it as this new world. What trends do you see as to shaping this new world?
Yes, well, looking at this new world, technology is going to play an amazing big role.
So the first thing she says is that looking at this new world, technology is going to play a huge role. So really, that's one of the biggest things we saw at the beginning of 2020 in this shift or this pivot under this new world order and great reset was technology, or as I like to call it, tricknology. Okay, so we started seeing, even when we talk about the injection or the shot, that's a form of technology, and that became the new, I guess you would call it the new blueprint for medicine is mRNA technology. Okay, not just injections or shots, but to go with that also mRNA. Okay, we saw an explosion of cryptocurrency. All of a sudden, cryptocurrency had been here for a decade and nobody was really talking about it. But then as soon as the lockdown happened, everybody and their mama was talking about cryptocurrency. And there was a huge push for the cryptocurrency. Metaverse. Okay. All of a sudden now, virtual reality has been around for a long time. It was this huge push for the metaverse or this alternate reality. And there's so many other things when we talk about technology. I'm just listing a few, but it's like we're being bombarded now with all of this technology, okay, to where now you don't have to go to work. In a workplace, you can work from home and deal with the technology at home for work. Okay, so everything is now shifting and changing and shaping itself around the technology. Okay.
I think three big technological trends that will drive this future. And one is digitalization.
Digitalization. Everything is becoming digitized. Your money. Okay. Your medical records. Digitized. Your music, your movies. Digitized. Your job has become digital because now you're in a digital workplace, now working from home or working virtually. Okay, you are becoming digital through the avatar, okay, through the metaverse and the NFTs, to where now you can be uploaded to the cloud. Okay, everything is now doing away with the tangible physical things into the digital virtual things.
So if you look further ahead, you see quantum computing, the field I work in.
Quantum computing. Okay, that means computers, the technology behind computers accelerating at an unprecedented pace to where they're moving so fast, you can't even put a actual term on how fast now computers are processing information. It's quantum computing in a quantum reality or a quantum realm level.
It's a completely new paradigm for computing based on the laws of quantum physics, which can create an exponential growth of compute power, which can help solve problems, optimization problems, calculate new materials. And on the shorter term, of course, artificial intelligence already.
Artificial intelligence. So not only the computers moving at unprecedented, ubiquitous speeds, but also the artificial intelligence, the artificial autonomy that's now controlling the computers, not people. Something else is controlling the way computers think and move, to where people no longer need any type of interaction with them. They can think on their own. Okay.
Here, but that will grow enormously. The metaverse, we talked a lot about that.
There it is, the metaverse.
Getting to augmented and new virtual realities.
Augmented and virtual realities. So understand, this is the new world. And if you see here at the top, it says World Economic Forum committed to improving the state of the world. This is the World Economic Forum's mission. Okay, they're the ones that are pretty much with this vision that's unchecked and allowed to just think away without, any of our input or say on what we think about their vision and goals, right?
And of course, the fourth digital revolution, the industrial revolution. So all these things.
The fourth digital or industrial revolution, which we've spoken of in great detail, where everything becomes machine, everything becomes robotic and based on technology. Okay, so there's a lot of overlapping within their particular, when it comes to the things that they're bringing out, their agendas, whether it's the Great Reset, the Great Narrative, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, on and on and on and on. There's a lot of overlap because they're really all saying the same thing, but maybe just a little bit a different side to it. So we're going to go into what the Great Narrative side is to all of this.
Will have a tremendous impact. And the second technological trend is everything that has to do with the energy transition.
The energy transition, okay? It's not going to be any more gasoline-powered cars, okay? You're going to have an electric car, all right? No more, purely solar energy. No more coal. Nothing that would emit carbon emissions, all right? Basically, energy that they refer to as clean energy.
So looking far out, fusion power can become a reality finally in the mid-century. And before, things like green hydrogen and also AI and digitalization will enable this transition, because we will need smart grids to...
We will see. Now, here's when you think about clean energy, you're like, oh, well, that sounds good. Clean energy, clean up the atmosphere, the pollution, all that sounds good, but you have to understand what their actual intentions are. Smart grids. Okay. And of course, that term will be thrown out here in this particular conversation without actually identifying what is a smart grid. What are the cons to having a smart grid? Okay. But this is part of the Hegelian dialectic, okay? The cause and effect. because of pollution, we now need smart grids, or we need clean energy. And because we need clean energy, we're going to have smart grids. And then that now allows them a certain level of control over people, which is really their ultimate goal. Control of people. But they must start in a place to work towards that control. So they start up high, or they start low, and then they work their way up high till they get to their goal, which is control of people through the smart grid.
Improve our nets to deal with the emitted energy sources from solar and wind. So that's the second trend. And the third one I see is biology, so engineered by.
And the third one is biology. You can't forget biology, because we are biological. Okay, we as people are biological beings. Also animals, also plants. So you can't mention all of that without talking about their control over biology, which we dealt with for the past few months, dealing with the iron and the miry clay. Okay, so they had to have control over the biology.
Biology, we're getting into the era of really engineering DNA and also personal.
Engineering, they're getting to the place of being able to engineer DNA. Talked about it, the mRNA injections.
Biology, so engineered biology, we're getting into the era of really engineering DNA and also personalized medicine. So
personalized medicine. Medicine is personalized strictly and specifically for you. How are they going to be able to accomplish that unless they get access to know your DNA? Okay, because we're all different. But notice, again, this is what they lay out. Because ultimately what it comes down to is to be able to control people. So it starts with personalized medicine, but where does it end? It ends with control over you.
I think these are the three major trends for the coming decades.
Frankie, one word, will it be a better world compared to today with many more opportunities, or?
Yes.
So he asked her, will this be a better world? Is this a better world or a worser world going in this direction? And of course, she says, yes, of course, this is going to be a better world. Okay, better for who? That's the question we must ask. A better world for who?
I'm certain of that. If we know how to harness these technologies, then they will,
Yeah, I come back later.
If we know how to harness, see, that's the key word, harness these technologies. Okay, if we use them right. Okay, but they'll never tell you what their ultimate goals are, and for a lot of them, they're deceived also. So some of these individuals could possibly be working for what they believe. They really believe that this stuff is going to be better for mankind, but they don't understand that they've been deceived and tricked, and are working to help build this Tower of Babel to put all mankind under one. Okay, under one mind.
But dan Bissamo, you are well known also. I think 4 or 5 books have made it to the bestseller list of the New York Times. You are in a number of boards, but you are worldwide known as one of the foremost economists. So if you look at it from an economic point of view, what are the major trends which you see?
So this particular form that they have here was 46 minutes in length. And we're not going to go through all of that. I'll leave the link for you all to go through it on your own, and you can listen to it all. I just thought I would kind of give you kind of a opening and intro to what's being discussed at this particular great narrative call to action panel that they had, this panel discussion. So with all that's been laid out so far, okay, the lady said technology. So in order for them to bring forth this technology, they must have a great narrative or a great story to sell to the people. Because remember, he asked the question, is this going to be a better world? Will this be better? Will you have more opportunities and all of those things? And she said yes. So they have to sell now to the masses that this is going to be a better world. They have to bring the right story so that mankind will accept this new world order, this new tomorrow. So what that's going to do now, it's going to now take us into the book, The Great Narrative for a Better Future by Santa Claus himself. Okay, Santa Claus or Klaus Schwab. We know Klaus or clause means an agreement. So who is the agreement with? And if you all could bear with me, I went through the actual physical book when I was reading through the material, and I'm going to share with you all the actual PDF. So I'm just not familiar with the PDF layout as I go through the information. So I'm going to use this book and the PDF at the same time so you all can follow along with me. Okay, but the same two individuals who wrote The Great Reset, which we showed last broadcast, are the same two that wrote this great narrative. Okay, here we have the contents. Okay, post DVOC issues and challenges. So they go through, here it is at the end of 2021, and they're already talking about post DVOC. Okay, well, who said it was ever going to end? How did they know it was going to end? So they're already talking about once it ends, how to deal with the issues and challenges that follow. And they go through conceptual framework, economics, environment, geopolitics, society, and technology. Then they have the way forward, solutions, collaboration and cooperation, imagination and innovation, morality and values, public policies, resilience, role of business, technologies, exponential progress. All right. So we're going to start here in the foreword. And it says here, we live in times of unprecedented change and have as never before the responsibility and potential to build a better future together. There's that build back better. Okay. Times of unprecedented change with major economic, environmental, geopolitical, societal, and technological challenges that coincide and amplify each other require unprecedented action. How convenient for them that they have these crises happening, all these different crises and challenges, and how convenient that they have the solution to these crises. But they need the crises first so that they can then bring forth the solution, their imagination. It says, premised on the belief that we have both a responsibility and the potential to respond to the issues, the great narrative is a call to collective and individual action. The thinking behind the book is inspired by a profound conviction that to ensure a better future for humankind, the world needs to be more resilient, more equitable, and more sustainable. In DVOC 91, The Great Reset, published in July 2020, we raised the curtain on these issues. The Great Narrative places a cast of possible solutions to them on center stage. Notice how they call it a stage. Remember what we spoke about when we talked about a narrative and how the definition of narrative and how they use to bring forth a narrative. Okay, a lot of it deals with a stage, a story being told. by a narrator. Okay, it says what the epilogue to our human saga will be will depend on which narrative prevails. So we need to dissect that statement right there. The epilogue to our human saga will be will depend on which narrative prevails. What narrative is going to prevail? Their narrative of what they're trying to bring forth and tell us what's best for us in our future, or our narrative to basically expose their narrative to say, biblically speaking, this is the biblical narrative of what you're doing and how it's going to end, how it's going to come to an end. So this is a fight between good and evil, the devil and the creator of the universe, fighting for the narrative. And for their success will depend on if their narrative prevails. It says here, why do narratives matter? Check this out. As human beings and social animals, we are storytelling creatures. And the stories we tell, the narratives, are our fundamental tool of communication and transmission. Narratives are how we make sense of life. Okay, so people need a narrative to make sense out of reality and what's going on in our lives. They need a narrative. They understand this. Okay, the reason why we haven't been on this platform, and people are probably wondering why are we here today. Well, we haven't been here because of the narrative that's been in place has kept us from being able to speak freely on what we believe is going on right now, because they're trying to control the narrative. We're going to talk more about that later. Okay, but narratives are how we make sense of life. They provide us with a context thanks to which we can better interpret, understand, and respond to the facts we observe. Most importantly, compelling narratives have the power to inspire us to act. Now check that out. If the narrative is compelling, meaning it's believable, it will inspire you to action. So if they can compel you with the narrative that there is a plague in the earth, first thing, they must convince you that it's real. And then after they convince you that it's real, they must then, hopefully, according to what they would like, for you to react or act in favor of the solution of the plague being here, which is to get what? To get injected with the solution. See how that works? So the narrative has to be compelling enough, believable enough. And they cannot do that if there are those on the side giving an alternate narrative to what they're giving. Okay, but depending on the narrative and what you believe, you're going to react based upon the narrative that's compelling enough for you. But why a single great narrative? So they want a single great narrative, not many narratives, not an alternate narrative. They need a single great narrative because the constellation of important interrelated stories that this book offers coalesce around one central story. It addresses a broad spectrum of issues aiming to shed light on what's coming and to offer some clarity on our options in terms of a collective response. Check that out. This book addresses a spectrum of issues aiming to shed light on what's coming. Well, what's coming? Okay. How do they know what's coming? I haven't heard them mention the Bible yet to say, well, based upon the Bible, if we believe that this is God's word and it's prophecy, this is what's coming. Well, where are you getting your intuition from or your ability to see the future from on what's coming, to know, to be able to shed light on it? And not only that, but to offer some clarity on our options in terms of a collective response, meaning we have to respond together, all of us together as one. It can't be, the government has, some people doing it this way, and then you have a group of people over here responding in this way or not responding. No, we all must collectively respond together according to their options. So again, what about those of us who may not agree with those options, or maybe we have our own options? No, it must be collective. Even so, the great narrative proposes a framework for future action, not a prescription. So this is a foundation for the future and how to respond to it when it comes. And they're guaranteeing us that it's coming. Okay, remember, they put their narratives, the definition of narrative, one place that they put their narratives is in books. So here it is, we're reading about it literally in their book. The great narrative expresses our personal convictions. So they're personally convicted. Okay, it doesn't matter about your personal convictions. You're personally convicted in the Bible. That doesn't matter. Okay, they're expressing their personal convictions about the best way forward. We recognize that the problem we collectively face are considerable, but we also believe that solutions do exist and are within our grasp. In that sense, it is a hopeful book that categorically rejects the doomsday mindset, co-signing humanity to a future oblivion. So they don't ascribe to the doomsday apocalyptic future of man that maybe Bible believers would believe, or those doomsday preppers would believe. They don't ascribe to that. They think there's a better future, and they're painting this picture and this narrative of a better future. If you collectively come together with them, we can get to this place, this utopia. So automatically, if you paint a different picture of the world and what's to come, you're automatically at odds with them and their ideology. It says human creativity, ingenuity, and innate sociality are much too powerful for that and can prevail. Our views and convictions are informed by our humanistic values. The book is evidence-based and informed by science. It is also underpinned by 50 conversations that took place with foremost global thinkers and opinion makers representing a variety of academic disciplines and points of view. Some corroborated our convictions, others challenged them. All enriched our thinking. We are grateful to them. So this is what Santa Claus wrote right before Christmas, December 15th, 2021. He wrote this 10 days before, I guess, he got on his sled to hand out his gifts to the world. And this is his latest gift to the world, the great narrative, and for a better future. What greater gift can old Saint Nick give than that, based upon our reality and what's going on and everybody looking for answers and solutions, right? Here's the introduction. What future do we face? Okay, you guys have some questions here. What future do we want? What must we do to get there? These three questions preoccupy us all. The great narrative provides a response to the first two and lays the foundations to address the third. We can't predict the future. Oh, really? It could have fooled me. We can't predict the future. However, we can imagine it and even design it. Okay. So even though they're saying they can't predict it, they can sure imagine what the future is going to be, and they're going to design the world and shape the world now around their imaginations. It says no outcome is predetermined And as cognitive human beings, we retain the agency to shape the world we want. Perhaps most critically, we can also prepare for the future by confronting both the risks that we can mitigate and the things that will surprise us. The pandemic was one such thing. Many international organizations and individuals had warned for years that a pandemic would occur, but despite this, it took most of the world by complete surprise. How about that? Okay. For so many years, they kept telling us a pandemic was coming. But yet it took the world by complete surprise. Now, in December 2021, almost 2 years since it began, the pandemic seems never ending and continues to drag on. We hope that GOCC 91 crisis will soon be over, but will it? There is always a beginning and an end to every outbreak. As a former Director General of the World Health Organization told us, but pandemics as a social and psychological phenomenon are not episodic. They linger for years. A historian of science and medicine puts it this way: we are living in the GOCC 91 era, not the GOCC 91 crisis. So they're saying that this, what we're in now, is an era. It wasn't a crisis that happened and is over or going to be over, but it's a new era. Meaning it's not going away. This is a new time we're in, where it's going to be here for a time. It's going to come and go. As like right now, if you're not paying very close attention to what's going on with it, you wouldn't know it exists. But they're doing things right up under our noses, when it comes to this agenda. It says there will be a lot of changes that are substantial and persistent. A lot of changes that are going to be substantial and persistent. We won't look back and say that was a terrible time, but it's over. We will be dealing with many of the ramifications of GOCC 91 for decades. So GOCC 91 is going to cause a ripple effect that's going to spread out across our reality for decades. Okay, not that it was here for a year or two and it's over now and everything's back to normal. No, it's going to shape our reality in the future going forward. All right, and that's what happens when you are writing the narrative, is that you can write it in that manner, and now the narrative must be compelling enough for the masses to believe it, because if they believe it, now you have control. It says, indeed, lessons from past pandemics tell us how hard it is to understand how, exactly when, and why they end, and what their wide-ranging effects are. Throughout history, when the physical disease measured in mortality or infection rates subsides, the impact of the pandemic still remains. It continues to affect our lives as economies and societies progressively adjust and individuals strive to return to a semblance of normalcy. Check this out. The psychological shock provoked by different forms of fear triggered by the disease, like the fear of illness, the fear of isolation, the fear of others, or even the fear of the future, takes much longer to subside. So they're masters at studying the human psyche, human emotions, understanding how humans rationalize things, especially through psychological shocks, psychological triggers, through different forms like fear. What different psychological shocks come from fear triggered by the disease? The fear of getting sick or the fear of illness, the fear of isolation, the fear of being alone, Remember the 2020 lockdown? You're all in your house, all alone. Maybe no food, no water, no resources. That fear. The fear of others. Remember, don't go outside. It's the boogeyman out there. It'll get you. Don't go around others 6 feet. Keep your distance. Or even the fear of the future. One variant after the next. Okay? And each variant is like a snowball, gaining steam, getting bigger. Okay? So again, they understand how people think. So they must therefore shape a narrative around that using triggers like fear, psychological shock to now control, to use that to control your actions and steer you the direction they want you to go. And this is going back to our MK Ultra trauma-based mind control broadcast we did. Okay, we laid the foundation back then of how they were using those particular programs, shaping a future and basically perfecting their sorcery and studying people and perfecting their craft with mind control through fear, through trauma, so that they can control people the way they want. Okay, they can control the society the way that they want. It says here, it is already clear that the DVOC 91 crisis has put into motion momentous changes that will unfold in a multifaceted fashion. And they're not telling us that a lot of these changes are being done by them. It's orchestrated, it's manufactured, engineered. It's not organic. Okay, this is all being done through control. Some of these changes were already apparent prior to the crisis, but have been accelerated, even turbocharged, as some pundits would argue, by the pandemic. How about that? How perfect was this pandemic to accelerate or turbocharge what was already there? The challenges of this world were already there. And now this pandemic has exacerbated them and manifested them on a turbo level. Remember Operation Warp Speed, right? Among them are the acceleration of automation. Now, because of this pandemic, automation has accelerated, meaning autonomy with technology and robots and, less human, interaction with our environment and control. So the acceleration of automation and innovation. Rising inequalities. Remember, no sooner than they launched the pandemic, after that, they launched George Floyd and wanted to then use that in Black Lives Matter. Rising inequalities. Again, more crises, that the world needs a new shift in thinking and that they have the answers and solutions, and we must follow them into this new world, this new brave world. Right? Brave new world. It says the growing power of tech and surveillance. So they're coming out and just telling you all these things have accelerated. Technology has accelerated from the pandemic. Surveillance has accelerated because of the pandemic. The rising rivalry between the U.S. and China, accelerating that narrative. The partial retreat from globalization. The economic paradigm shift. We're going to talk more about the economy here later. How the economy is shifting into a new way of spending and buying and selling. And an increasingly fractious geopolitical landscape. But other changes now in the offing go beyond a mere acceleration of pre-existing trends, including a handful that would have seemed inconceivable before DVOC 91 struck. The reconsideration of our social priorities, as expressed notably in the Great Resignation phenomenon, more radical welfare and taxation measures, new forms of state intervention. Okay, so now because of all these things, here come the solutions. And without the pandemic, all right, this acceleration would have been inconceivable. Or where we are right now would have been inconceivable. So they needed that to propel us to where we are. Okay. New ways to tax you. New forms of the state intervening in your life. The rising appeal of well-being policies and new appreciation for nature. These are just a few examples of new systematic changes that will grow in relevance. All right, there's a lot here, and I want to make sure that I'm making good of our time, hitting on some of the main points within just a few of these pages here. And moving on because we have a lot to cover. It says, over the past millennia, pandemics have been the rule, not the exception. This being so, how can history help us understand what lies ahead? Pandemics are by nature a shock that divides and traumatizes. So even if you're not divided or not traumatized, with them selling this narrative, it can program you into a place of division and traumatization. Okay, you'll start to believe you're traumatized. You'll start to believe and see the division and buy into it, right? It says, as such, they tend to exacerbate the same major issues and problems that have recurred throughout human history: wars and conflicts, inequalities and impoverishment, social cohesion and strife, political turbulence, the disruption of supply and demand, debt distress, to name a few notable ones. We're dealing with all these things right now. Okay, Ukraine war, supply chain crisis, debt distress. Okay, political turbulence. It's always the fighting between the Republicans and the Democrats and this government and that government. It says, however, because of their inherently disruptive nature, pandemics can also prove to be a force for lasting and often radical change. So out of all these disruptions and crises, what they're saying is that pandemics are the biggest driving force. This is their ace in the hole. Okay, this is their joker card or their wild card that they can play that works better than any of those other things. DVOC 91 is no exception. It has revealed in quasi-photographic manner two things: the main fault lines that beset today's world, like social divides, lack of fairness, limited cooperation, failure of global governance, geopolitical turmoil, but also our extraordinary ability to mobilize and innovate when confronted with conditions of intense adversity. Who could have predicted back in the early days of the pandemic that so many governments and central banks would come to the rescue of their countries, societies, and economies with such extraordinary accommodative fiscal and monetary policies? Who would have thought the government would have came with all this bailout money in response to the so-called pandemic? Who could have imagined in the spring of 2020 that not one but several shots or injections would be available less than a year later? Who would have imagined that? Well, I could tell you who could have imagined that. Klaus Schwab, you and your World Economic Forum imagined that, because this is what y'all simulated in your Event 201. Along with your other simulations and exercises y'all have had throughout the years, you and your other buddies in the other organizations that are out there. Okay, so yeah, your modern day John and Jane Doe may not have imagined it, but you all imagined it and brought it into our reality and sold us on it that it was real. Okay, yeah, who could have imagined that in less than a year they would have shots that would be the cure to this plague that shut the whole world down? Right? How convenient. We have to understand the convenience to their story. Okay? We have to recognize the conveniences as well as the inconveniences. A new world, not a new normal, is now emerging. Let me say that again. A new world, not a new normal, is now emerging, the contours of which will largely be defined by the narratives that involve to inform and construct the way forward. Okay? Largely defined by the narratives that evolve to inform and construct the way forward. Their story is going to continue to change and instruct you how we proceed going forward under this new world. All right, let me move forward here through some of this information before we go to our next parts here. Social media and the age of fake news. Because remember, in order for them to have a great narrative, they had to deal with the narratives that are out there on social media that they call fake news, where they have their fact checkers out there fact checking your post to make sure that you're not saying anything different than what they're saying. Okay, we're in a new age now, the age of fake news, but depends on which side of the coin you're on to say who's the fake news and who's not, right? It says here, falsehoods, misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracies have always existed, but today they are served and magnified by the dominance and reach of social media and the virality of fake news. And you don't have to worry about it because they have metaverse coming. Okay? To where they're going to have you inside their social media constructs to where you're not going to be allowed to say anything different than what the great narrative is saying. Okay? That you will not be able to have your own story of what's going on. But they must deal with social media and all the people out there that are independent thinkers, free thinkers that are putting out information that they come across in the reality to show what's really going on versus what they tell us is going on. Furthermore, the manner in which social media now structure the communication between individuals can affect the collective ability of certain groups to form reliable beliefs. This manifests in two ways. We can opt, as we so often do on social media, only to interact with people who share our beliefs and refuse to do so with people who challenge them. In the process, by virtue of only connecting with those who think like us, we lose true connectivity and close down channels of vital communication. This creates partitions and polarization. Number two, all sorts of influencers, be they government agencies, industry groups, or even individuals, now have direct access to ready-made large groups of people with whom they can create a relation of trust and dependency, thus aggravating and even inflaming polarization. It should come as no surprise that research conducted during the pandemic has exposed a link between DVOC-related uncertainty and anxiety and an increased likelihood of adhering to conspiracy theories. Y'all see that? So they're saying that people out there that are uncertain and having anxiety is due because there's been an increase of them believing or at least giving ear to conspiracy theories, or a more genuine term, an alternate thinking to the mainstream narrative. That's all that is. But they would rather call it a conspiracy theory because it has more weight if you call it a conspiracy theory and then demonize people with that term or with that label, when it's just someone that doesn't agree. Okay? You don't agree with their narrative. But now you're being blamed for causing other people's uncertainty and anxiety when it comes to the sickness called DVOC 91. It says this is part of the reason why powerful anti-science movements prolong the waning of the DVOC 91 pandemic, hindering both public health and, more fundamentally, our ability to move forward in unison. So these people are a thorn in the great narrative or the New World Order's agenda to keep all of us from moving together as one. Okay? Can two walk together lest they be agreed? No. So if they're saying one thing and you have others saying something else, we can't all move together. We can't all move forward together. Beyond the limits of the pandemic, the abundance of fake news is its ability to magnify and manipulate polarization hinders our ability to deal successfully with the momentous collective action problems that humanity faces. So it's these people, these conspiracy theorists, they're the problem. They're spreading fake news, and it's keeping us from having the ability to be able to come together as one under one understanding as far as what the future holds for us, agreeing to that future and building and shaping that future. Okay. It says, let me see here. In light of this, how can we best understand the necessity and relevance of the changes that are coming, the way we can influence the trajectory, and the role that systemic connectivity, social media, and fake news play in all this? This is hard, and there is no simple answer. We must respond to questions like, what do we do next? What choices do we want to make? How can we fix what doesn't work? How can we put in place the corresponding new policies and solutions? How can we grasp the ideas that underpin them? How can we make these ideas palatable so that a large majority of citizens embrace them? The magnitude of the task is head-spinning. Its complexity far exceeds the cognitive capabilities of any single individual or the collective understanding of any single academic discipline or professional practice. So here it is. They have all these questions. How do they deal with the conspiracy theorists? How do we all come on one accord, having the same mind? The power of narratives. As the most effective of conduits for ideas, narratives have the unique power to help us determine what's going on, what lies ahead, and what needs to be done. Hence, the title of this book. Defined in the simplest possible terms, a narrative is a story about something. More aptly, for the purpose of the great narrative, it is also a way of presenting or understanding a situation or series of events that reflects and promotes a particular point of view or set of values. Okay. It says here, they have a beginning. Speaking of narratives, stories are self-contained. They have a beginning, a middle, and end. Narratives are open-ended. There is no resolution yet. So when you have a narrative, you can basically shape it and change it at will in any way you want. That's the reason why the whole time during the lockdown, the story was always changing in so many different ways. There was so much contradiction, so much hypocrisy, okay, or just outright lies, because it's a narrative. They can change it. It's not finished. It's open-ended. It's not a story. Okay, there's some kind of big threat or opportunity out in the future, and it's not yet clear whether it will be addressed. The resolution of the narrative hinges on you, the people being addressed by the narrative. Your choices and actions will help to determine how the narrative plays out. Okay, the choices and actions you make will help determine how this narrative plays out. So if you believe what they're saying and you act on their solution, that's going to shape the narrative. Okay, if you go against it, you go against the narrative, then of course they have to change it. They have to start changing things up. They have to now call out conspiracy theorists and shift the narrative and focus and shine a light now on those people that are now out there saying something different than what they're saying. You see how that works? Let's move on here. I mean, there's so much in this, but for the sake of time, I'm just trying to hit some of the key things. Check this out. Check this quote out. It says, Robert Shiller, the father of narrative economics, goes one step further, linking narratives to the decisions we make. The human brain always has been highly tuned toward narratives, whether factual or not, to justify ongoing action. So this father of narrative economics has come out and even said that the narratives aren't always factual. Doesn't matter if it's real or not real. The human brain is tuned towards a narrative to justify their actions, to justify what choice they're going to make. So with that being understood, if you want people to make a certain choice, just give them a fake narrative. If the real narrative isn't going to produce the results that you want, give them a fake one to get them to make the choice that you want them to make. That's why you're always seeing news flashes flash across your phone. CNN said this. MSNBC said this. Fauci said that. Biden this person that. All these narratives that are always spinning in circulation to try to shape your mind, okay, into their desired outcome. It says here, in that sense, they equate to much more than the stories we tell, write, or illustrate figuratively. They end up being the truths or the ideas we accept as truths. They underpin the perceptions that shape our realities, and in the process form our cultures and societies. Okay, so narratives help shape our realities. They give us a certain perception of reality. And that's the greatness of the Bible. And why there's such an attack against the Bible, because the Bible gives us a clear narrative of what happened in the past, what's happening right now, and what's going to happen in the future. So we know what narrative to follow and what narrative not to follow. And that's the problem for them. They had to figure out a way to get past the biblical narrative because it puts a huge monkey wrench in theirs. Okay? Because when you look at reality, the truth is the truth. And whether a person wants to admit it or not, it's there slapping them right in the face. It can't be denied. So their best thing is to keep you from the truth so you don't have access to the real narrative so that you can be deceived by the false one. What else do we have here? See if there's any more that I wanted to hit. I think that's it that I wanted to hit for right now. So let's see where we are now with the information, what we're going to next here. All right, let's go to our next article off of the Sociable. Now this is before the Great Narrative Initiative was launched. All right, this website had insight that it was coming on October 18th, 2021. It says here, World Economic Forum to launch Great Narrative Initiative following the Great Reset. The WEF's Great Narrative Initiative is an attempt to legitimize its technocratic Great Reset in society and the global economy. So this narrative, this great narrative, legitimizes the Great Reset. Okay, in order for you to buy into the Great Reset, they must give you a great narrative. Here's a quote from Santa Claus here. The Great Narrative Initiative and meeting in the Bible will be a powerful catalyst to shape the contours of a more prosperous and inclusive future for humanity that is also more respectful of nature. It is a collaborative effort of the world's leading thinkers to fashion longer-term perspectives and co-create a narrative that can help guide the creation of a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable vision for our collective future. It says here, the grand narrative has lost its credibility, regardless of what mode of unification it uses, regardless of whether it is a speculative narrative or a narrative of emancipation. Okay, so their narrative, and that's a big reason why they knew they couldn't stay in this pandemic for long. Because the narrative would begin to lose steam. So what did they already have ready to go? The war with Ukraine and Russia. Already ready to go. Because, you're probably going, you had people from the beginning in 2020 that were very suspicious about the narrative. And as time went on, stuff, people are following along, but it's not making sense. Wear masks, don't wear masks. Do this, don't do that. Don't go outside. Go outside. Be 6 feet apart. Don't be. You can go to the store. You can take your mask off when you eat. Okay. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Oh, shots are going to be here. You just need one. Oh, now you need two. Oh, now you need a booster. Now you need a fourth booster. So as you continue to keep stringing people along and the story or the narrative keeps changing, now people become very suspicious to are their tails being yanked. Okay. Is my tail being yanked here? So they must come up with a great narrative to keep people engaged with their agenda. It says authoritarians use great narratives to legitimize their own power. And they do this by claiming to have knowledge and understanding that speaks to a universal truth. At the same time, authoritarians use these grand narratives in an attempt to translate alternative accounts into their own language and to suppress all objections to what they themselves are saying. Marxism creates a society in which all individuals can develop their talents to the fullest, is one example of a grand narrative. And it says here, science has always been in conflict with narratives. Okay, no matter what the narrative is, the science or the facts, we're talking about real science and real facts, real statistics, okay, are always going to be there to poke holes in narratives if the narratives are not genuine, if they're not true. But it says a good narrative soundly beats even the best data. And this is the Davos Agenda 2015. Davos is basically the World Economic Forum. So they said a good narrative soundly beats even the best data. So if they can cook up a good enough story, doesn't matter what facts you come with, they can, overcome your data. And they also said in the battle for hearts and minds of human beings, narrative will consistently outperform data in its ability to influence human thinking and motivate human action. There's so many quotes here. It says here, be on the lookout for even more coordinated messaging and information suppression from big tech, big government, businesses, and the corporate media on issues of climate change, carbon emissions, energy use, Green New Deals, alternative proteins, consumption, land use, cryptocurrencies, internet governance, politics, misinformation, extremism, conspiracy theories, and many more. Okay, so just some of the things that they're really looking to combat or issues that they must tackle. So Santa Claus, Klaus Schwab, said the pandemic has revealed the acute need to focus on the future and long-term health of our societies. It says narratives today are enforced through digital means, and anyone who disagrees can be deplatformed, demonetized, and even banned from participating in society. Like what's happening with injection passports that are fueling systems of social credit and digital identity. Once the Great Reset has its great narrative, anything that goes against the narrative can be tossed aside as conspiracy, misinformation, or extremism that must be censored and suppressed for the greater collective good. Okay, so the great narrative is their declaration that they're going to be the storytellers, the narrators of our reality, not us. And if we go against it, there'll be consequences. Okay, this is their declaration to the world. And then this particular article, the WEF is about to have a great narrative to go with the Great Reset agenda. Basically, now after the great narrative meeting, they put this article out to talk about what they talked about. Okay, we are here to develop the great narrative, a story for the future. People have become much more self-centered and to a certain extent egoistic. In such a situation, it is much more difficult to create a compromise because shaping the future, designing the future usually needs a common will of the people. All right. So now because you have your own beliefs of what's going on, you are now self-centered and egotistical. The world has become so complex. Simple solutions to complex problems do not suffice anymore. So what worked in the past isn't going to work in the future. We must come up with complex solutions now. Meaning that if there's a famine in the land, we can't do what we did in the past. We must now, the solution, GMO foods, crops, animals, lab grown food. That's the complex solution. In the past, if there was a famine, we would just work through it, get ready to, harvest and put forth the work on the land to bring forth food. That's the simple solution, but not no more. The complex solution now is lab-grown food to help overcome famines. Designing the future usually needs a common will of the people. Okay, they need your compliancy for this to work. You have today not any more separation between social, political, technological, ecological. It's all interwoven. Okay, everything is interwoven and intermingled together. We have learned the lesson how little we were prepared for a pandemic. Okay, so these things allow them to bring forth their Hegelian. And here we have Event 201, where they actually simulated this before it happened. We talked about Event 201. Fictional challenges of a pandemic that came true. All right. And some of this stuff is repetitive, so I'm just going through and looking for some things that pull out that haven't been discussed yet. Let's keep going here. The Great Narrative and the Metaverse. A dystopian vision of the future. This comes off The Last American Vagabond. November 17th, 2021. The Great Narrative in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. We talked about the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Let's see here. It says, with this understanding, the WEF's call for a great narrative should be seen for what it truly is, an attempt to displace all other visions of the future of humankind by placing the WEF and their partners at the heart of a narrative which points them as the heroes of our time. This fits perfectly with the technocratic philosophy employed by WEF founder Klaus Schwab. He envisions a future where public-private partnerships of government and private business and so-called philanthropies use their wealth, influence, and power to design the future they believe is best for humanity. In actuality, the technocrat philosophy merges with a transhumanist mindset that sees humanity as limited, flawed, and in need of augmentation by technology in order to accelerate what Schwab calls the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So while they're setting up the infrastructure for the geopolitical stage, they must also focus on the framework of the transhumanism of mankind. Everything must change. Okay, we have to change things on a biological level, political level, financial level, so on and so forth. Everything must change. It says here, human evolution has been through phases. We discovered fire. We discovered the wheel. Today, with technology, whatever will happen in the next 50 years will be totally different. So for us as humanity, for hundreds of thousands of years, we have been at a normal pace. The current pace is complex because for the first time with technology, we are putting our society, economy, our government, our life together, and there's just one platform. Whatever will happen in the future will be based on what we design now. Okay. And then it goes on here to talk about the metaverse. Another thing discussed within the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So this is all connected. Okay, there's so many layers when we talk about, the New World Order, the Great Reset. It says here, often associated with terms like the Internet of Things, the Internet of Bodies, the Internet of Humans, and the Internet of Senses, this world will be powered by 5G and 6G technology. The goal is a track and trace society where all transactions are logged. Every person has a digital ID that can be tracked, and social malcontents are locked out of society via social credit scores. So you notice how they're not putting this at the forefront of what this society, this new world is going to be. They first need you to buy in and help continuing them building and moving this direction forward. So once they get so far forward, then when they bring these other things in, the digital IDs, the ability to track and trace you on a smart grid, now it's too late. You've already helped build back better this Atlantis Tower of Babel society, and now you're under a social credit score system. The 5G framework has been built. The 6G framework has been built. The ubiquitous mobile supercomputing, the quantum computing, intelligent robots, self-driving cars, neurotechnological brain enhancements, genetic editing. All right. All of this under the great narrative, Great Reset, Build Back Better. And the evidence of dramatic change is all around us, and it's happening at exponential speed. Okay, so this stuff is happening fast because the devil knows he has but a short time. A technocratic authoritarianism. Okay, that's what we're going into. A technocratic authoritarianism, where these individuals have all the power and are deciding, our fate, our world, how it works. We have no say. You will own nothing and you will be happy. All right, so let's keep going here. So speaking about the fake news and one of the problems they have, this comes off the World Economic Forum website. Will the world clean up information pollution in 2022? This is the question the WEF is asking. So when you are coming with alternative ideology, thoughts, beliefs, they look at that as information pollution, another derogatory term for conspiracy theory. Okay, this is just pollution of information out there that they must clean up so that only their version of information is out there, which their version is considered clean. Ours is dirty. Ours is pollution. It says here, the spread of misinformation and disinformation has impeded the pandemic response. The misinformation threat will be heightened in 2022 with many major elections on the horizon. Public health institutions must safeguard their trusted status if they are to lead effective health interventions. Throughout the GOCC 91 pandemic, the global community has depended on digital media and social media platforms on a tremendous scale, ensuring safety, connectivity, and an informed citizenry, an unprecedented achievement. But the same information and communication technologies that have facilitated productivity and critical information flows are also the means by which false content and polarizing narratives have been amplified, all too often distorting healthy public discourse and impeding the effective implementation of public health initiatives. This is by no means a new challenge that public health, political, and electoral and social institutions are now being forced to confront. Just like the GOCC 91 pandemic, the developing conflict in Ukraine offers another example of the widespread diffusion of competing and often erroneous narratives propagated globally by diverse actors during times of crisis. Y'all see that? Just like with Ukraine. Okay, so the same way they have been trying to control the GOCC 91 narrative, they have the same challenge in trying to control the Ukraine narrative, because there's widespread diffusion of competing and often erroneous narratives propagated globally by diverse actors during times of crisis. Now, speaking of actors, we showed last broadcast, they're crisis actors. Okay, so that's the narrative that they want out there, not the crisis actors narrative, but their narrative that that's what's really going on. But then whenever we expose the crisis actors, then we become the actors that are going against the truth of what's really going on in Ukraine. So they're continuing to address this thing, and we're going to talk more about, in the future, what they're going to do to combat what they would call fake news, those that are going against the grain of the great narrative and actually poking holes in their magnificent story of what's really going on. During crises, critical, often life-saving information must be available to citizens in order to effectuate timely, successful responses. At the same time, they present opportunities for fringe groups and malign actors to exploit systemic vulnerabilities within our digital communications ecosystem. Okay? So this is the label they put on us. A fringe group and malign actors looking to exploit systemic vulnerabilities within the digital communication landscape. Well, why is it that we can't have the ability to have free speech and give our version of what we believe is going on? Our beliefs as far as believing in the Bible and Bible prophecy, and people can make their choice and decide to believe what they want to believe. See, that in their new world don't exist. You don't get no options. There's only one option. Theirs. There is no ability to have freedom of thought in their brave new world. The erosion of trust in scientific experts and public institutions, which is driven by an informational sphere polluted with mis and disinformation, has a grave cost, as stated in a 2021 press briefing by U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. Health misinformation has cost us lives. You dang right it has. Okay? But only those that are the elect can identify the misinformation, that health misinformation that has cost us lives. They would say we are giving out the health misinformation, and we would say they are. Only the elect is going to be able to distinguish truth from the lies. But according to them, we have cost people lives telling them the truth about what's really going on in this new era. While it often appears innocuous on social media apps, retail sites, or search engines, the truth is that misinformation takes away our freedom to make informed decisions about our health and the health of our loved ones. Okay, so now they'll use that narrative to spin it as an attack on us, that we are endangering, harming people, and costing them their lives by not listening to their solution, right? Listening and following their solution. And they'll use that as a catalyst to then come after us with attacks, which, being struck down on this platform and not being able to broadcast here is a small time attack to the attacks that they have planned for those that they are calling conspiracy theorists that are putting out information pollution, distortion to their lies. And they said that 2022 is a pivotal year for them to clean this up. All right. So we're here in April. All right. What are they going to do between now and then? Be on the lookout. What are they going to do between now and then to help clean up this pollution? All right. Let me get the next video ready here. I know you all have maybe some of you all have heard, but
what you know now.
let me pull it up here. Barack Hussein Obama has come back for his first visit to the White House since he left. Right? How many of you all heard about that this week? I want to show you all something here. This was a this was actually the top. You have a interview that Obama did in 2020 about leaving the White House and no longer being president. He was asked about getting a third term. You would be, for those that haven't seen this interview might be shocked to his answer. And on the bottom here, we have the White House this week upon Obama's return visit. Check out these words about if he had a chance to have a third term as president.
How do you wish like you had a third term? And I used to say, you know what, if I could make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man or front woman, and they had an earpiece in, and I was just in my basement in my sweats looking through the stuff, and then I could sort of deliver the lines, but somebody else was doing all the talking and ceremony. Wow. I'd be fine with it.
So if he could be in his basement and have a puppet, in so many words, he said a front man or a front woman that's there in the White House as president, and if he could have an earpiece in and he could deliver to them the message that they need to give out to the world as president, he'd be fine with that when asked about having a third term. Okay? Which is very, very telling. We talk about the Manchurian Candidate for those who have seen that movie. And we talk about how the president is just a puppet. Okay? So for him, and to say it, and they say these things in such comedic fashion that people will probably write it off as a joke, but really what they're doing is they're mocking the masses. Now let's take a clip, let's take a look at when he spoke at the White House. Now that we've heard him say that, now let's listen to him speak at the White House this week.
Thank you, everybody. Have a seat. Have a seat. Thank you. Vice President Biden, Vice President. That was a joke.
Vice President Biden. So, interesting. It says Obama jokingly calls Biden vice president during White House event. So, is he saying that he's still president and that Crackpipe Joe is his vice president and he's in his third term? Or could he be saying that Crackpipe Joe is vice president to Kamala Harris here? I mean, there's a couple different angles, because most people would look at that as just him saying that he's saying he's still president. But there's also a side to where he's saying that Kamala is the president and Crack Pipe Joe is the vice president. And there's been times where Crack Pipe Joe has even called Kamala president. Okay, but this going back to the interview where Obama said that on his third term, he would be fine with having an earpiece in the ear of whoever is the sitting president, sitting puppet, and to just be delivering them the information, basically the teleprompter, while he's sitting in his basement in his sweats, feeding them what they need to say. So a lot of telling things, and I just wanted to show this because this happened this week, and kind of throwing this in the mix of this Build Back Better, New World Order, this great narrative that they've sold the world on, being that the presidents, that they would make you believe that these men actually, are calling the shots. Another part of their great narrative is to believe that that's the case and that elections are real and that your vote actually matters. So a lot of interesting things that can be taken away with just checking them out and some of the stuff that they do and say.
That was all set up. My president, Joe Biden. Vice President Harris.
Now, speaking of Build Back Better, there's a video here. Let's check this out. Have things been built back better? 1 year in, a little over a year in to the Crack Pipe Joe administration. Are things better? Well, I'm pretty sure they would tell you, well, DVOC 91 is under control because of the injections and shots. So things are better. Okay, but is that really the case? Again, the great narrative is for you to believe the narrative. Let's check this out here. Now, when you take 2020, which is the year Joe Biden won the presidency, and divide it by 666, let's see what number we get. We get the same number, 3.0330, that you were to text United to during Biden's administrative run for president before he was elected. Okay, and you see the word united because under the great narrative, we must be collectively under one mind under the beast narrative. Let's see that again. How they put the 666 all in our face. 2020 divided by 666 is 3.0330. Battle for the soul of the nation. That's what he ran on. Build back better. And it wasn't just Joe Biden, but worldwide. It was a declaration made by governments and government officials worldwide. Even Klaus Schwab said some would call it Build Back Better. We would call it a Great Reset.
Today is the first full day of the New World Order. Outdoor gatherings are limited to 2 people.
Do y'all remember this? In 2020, when the lockdown happened, it was the first day of what?
Today is the first full day of the New World Order.
Today is the first day of the New World Order. Now, who would say that on day 1 of the lockdown? Okay. Probably someone who was given a script to read by the Synagogue of Satan, producers over the news outlets, and he has no idea what he really is saying or means when he says it. He's just doing his job. But they, again, are not bashful with putting this stuff right in our faces of what all this means.
Today is the first full day of the New World Order. Outdoor gatherings are limited to 2 people. Exercise is allowed, but no further than a 10-kilometer radius.
So look at the first day of the New World Order and what they implemented. Outdoor gatherings, 2 people. Y'all remember this? This wasn't that long ago. Okay, they turned the heat up and they turned it down a little bit to where now we've gotten acclimated to a higher temperature. Even though it may not be as hot as it was, we don't realize that the temperature has risen from that of what it was in 2019 of where we are now. And they're going to raise it again. And then lower it a little bit. And then raise it again. Exercise. You can only exercise 10 kilometers from your house. Browsing in shops not allowed. 1 person essential shopping. Funerals limited to 10 people. Right? Seemed like it was just yesterday, or for some it may seem like it was a decade ago. And they've gotten people acclimated to thinking that it's over. No, this is just the first day of the New World Order. We're still in the New World Order. And they proclaimed it and declared it.
Radius from your home. Browsing in shops is not permitted. Only 1 person per household may leave to do essential shopping. And from tomorrow, funerals are limited to 10 people.
This is a world pandemic. It's a 1 in 100-year event. So you can expect that we will have transmission from time to time, and that's just the way it is. We've got to accept that this is the New World Order. We've got to accept that this is the New World Order. This is the New World Order. This is the New World Order.
Hold up. And we're the conspiracy theorists? Like, they can sit here and talk about the New World Order in pure addiction. Like, they just can't not say it enough. It come out of their mouths when they speak. But the minute we even bring it up in conversation, we can't talk about it, or we're conspiracy theorists. Only they can talk about it, because again, they must control the narrative.
Today is the first full day of the New World Order. The New World Order. The New World Order.
I want to be straight with you. There will be no return to the old normal for the foreseeable future.
And even the WHO, the World Health Organization, came out and told us there will be no going back to the old normal for the foreseeable future. And when he says foreseeable future, that means forever. That's just an indirect way of saying forever, to give you hope that, well, he said foreseeable future, which means that there's still, we still going back. No. Ain't no going back.
I repeat, there will be no return to the old normal for the foreseeable future.
So people assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again in how we are used to normal, in the old fashion. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen.
A vaccine on its own will not end the pandemic.
Fair use. I forgot where we are. Fair use.
Surveillance will need to continue. People will still need to be tested, isolated, and cared for. Contacts will still need to be traced and quarantined. Communities will still need to be engaged.
It is a big idea, a new world order. We can find meaning and reward by serving some higher purpose than ourselves. A shining purpose, the illumination of 1,000 points of light.
It's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government. This is terrorism of the most worst kind, brought on you by our own government.
To lead in shaping a new world order.
But this global pandemic has also created an opportunity to build back better. Building back better, this pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset.
Build back better. This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset. How convenient for them that they have this opportunity.
This is our chance to accelerate our pre-pandemic efforts.
Now we have to accelerate because we are living the first consequences of basically climate disorders. It's time to rush, and President Biden is 100% right to do so.
Last week, I shared the outlines of my plan to build back better.
It's about building this country back better.
As Europeans, we increased our targets for 2030 and 2050 a few months ago. We need India and China to be with us. With Chancellor Merkel, we had a discussion with President Xi.
The Great Reset.
And I think we fought the commitments of President Xi on climate to work with the US and with Europe. First, to accelerate his target of 2030.
Our strongest beliefs are challenged by the rise of a yet unknown new world order.
A new world order that China has to be part of the process of creating it, and they have to buy in, they have to own it, really need to bring China into the creation of a new world order.
Partnership and cooperation among nations is not a choice. It is the only way. Now is the time to join together through constant cooperation and strong institutions and shared sacrifice and a global commitment to progress to meet the challenges of the 21st century.
Build it back better.
We must build back better.
Build back better.
To build back better.
To build back better.
Build back better.
Build back better.
A unique opportunity to reset our global agenda.
An unprecedented opportunity to rethink and reset the ways in which we live.
Pour construire un monde post-Covid que nous souhaitons.
It's a very pertinent question to ask, how do we build back better?
To build back better or whatever.
We have a chance to reset the clock and build back better than before.
To build back better than before.
Remember the terrible damage of COVID as we try to build back from this global pandemic.
Joe Biden calls it build back better.
Build back better.
Building back better.
To do things differently. To build back better.
We're going to build it back better.
And build it back better.
To my plan to build back better.
Start taking all the problems that have been created in education and mental health and start to build back in a positive way.
I have launched a booklet called Build Back Better, written after coronavirus.
It's about building this country back better.
Growing conspiracy following it. It is called the Great Reset.
An unprecedented opportunity to rethink and reset the ways in which we live.
The great opportunity for reset.
The theory even calls Mr. Biden's campaign slogan, Build Back Better, a front for the conspiracy.
Build back better. Building back better our economy.
Build back better.
All elements of the Great Reset are fundamental to building the future we need.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset.
It's a big effort to, some would say, to build back better. We would say to really have a great reset.
Conspiracy, conspiracy.
Conspiracy.
At the age of 33, Klaus Schwab, a business professor at the University of Geneva, founded the World Economic Forum in 1971, originally known as the European Management Forum. Nicknamed Davos after its annual meeting place, the World Economic Forum meets every January with hundreds of members of business, politics, banking, education, and industry to, quote, improve the state of the world. Their globalist agenda is openly admitted and well documented. The United Nations Agenda 2030, the Great Reset, Build Back Better, are all the same globalist agenda, and all stem from the Club of Rome and the eugenics movement. Davos claims to be looking to save the planet, and the UN claim that in 10 years they will end all hunger and poverty on Earth. They admit that the technologies required to achieve these goals do not exist, and yet their solution is to bring the world to zero emissions in only 10 years. They want to end the automobile and aviation industries in only 10 years. This is why the Keystone Pipeline was halted on day one by globalist puppet Joe Biden. Klaus Schwab says that industries which involve human interaction will not survive.
But we know that many industries which rely particularly on physical interaction will have difficulties to survive.
As if the destruction of an entire functioning society will inspire solutions to all of our problems, thereby bringing about an environmental utopia where there is no hunger and all the world is at peace. As absurd as this all sounds, we know the sheep will accept it as gospel. They already have. When the WHO was caught faking a hoax 10 years ago, the media reported it, but nobody cared. It was a beta test. Now, the media ignores overwhelming evidence that COVID-19 is a hoax. They go along with every contradiction and lie, and their audience obediently accepts it all as truth. The COVID crisis will be used to imprison the population, whether it be in camps or their own home. It is already happening. Humanity is being imprisoned by psychopaths who see themselves as our saviors. Order out of chaos. The New World Order is nothing other than the decrepit Old World Order desperately clinging to power. And their solution is to destroy the free market, to destroy the concept of freedom, privacy, and private property, and to foment enough chaos and destruction to depopulate the earth into a manageable level of serfs and slaves, so they can continue on with the same old scams they've been running for millennia. This is why Joe Biden signed a dozen executive orders, paving the way to opening the borders and shutting down the economy. The New World Order cannot coexist with American civil liberties. And now that the populist movement has been discarded, the destruction of America from within can commence again. If the people of the world continue to comply to these unelected sycophants, then the people will get what they deserve.
It doesn't matter when. It doesn't matter whether it's in 6 minutes, 6 days, or 6 weeks. We're going to get it done. If you break the rules, be prepared to pay. And by the way, show some respect.
If you break the rules, be prepared to pay. And if anybody knows about making you pay for breaking the rules, Crime Bill Joe knows. Fair use.
Scott Wagner was no stranger to controversy when he was at the state capitol, and that's not changing now that he's back in the private sector. The Republican from York County told ABC 27 he's putting up 15 more billboards across the state showing Joe Biden and the caption, "Making the Taliban Great Again." Wagner is a vocal Trump supporter.
Listen, this is a real big deal that's going down in Afghanistan. I think I've made my point. And I'm you know me. I'm gonna say what's on my mind, and this is what's on my mind, and now it's on a billboard.
Wagner says there are 15 billboards up now, and with those others on the way, he spent about $15,000 on them all.
As if things could not get any worse under this administration, we found out last week that inflation is now at a 30-year high. This comes as Americans are worried about the cost of Thanksgiving dinner, the cost of putting gas in their cars, and even the cost of heating their homes for the winter. Under this administration, inflation has metastasized at an alarming rate across the country. Every small town in America feels the strain of inflation. Every American family feels it. Every hardworking taxpayer feels it. Yet this administration is too blinded by its own ignorance to figure out what's happening. Madam Speaker, it's clear that the so-called Build Back Better agenda was just a lie this entire time.
This Build Back Better was what? This entire time?
It's clear that the so-called Build Back Better agenda was just a lie this entire time.
It was a lie, but it's just the fact that it has a different meaning for them than what they sold it to us that it meant.
Anomaly recently had an Instagram Live with several Aussies speaking out about the tyrannical lockdowns in Australia. People aren't allowed to travel more than 5 kilometers from their home. People who live alone were once allowed further to briefly visit a friend, but no longer. Now they can only register a single person within 5 kilometers of their home. Within that 5 kilometers, they are only allowed outside of their home for 2 hours a day. And when they are out, they need permission. They are required to scan QR codes with their phones to show where they've been. There are only 3 permissible reasons to leave your home: to exercise or to go shopping, if there is a shop within your 5K bubble, or go to work. That is, if you still have a job. Most shops have been shut down in Australia for over 200 days, and in many areas, people cannot go to work unless they get the shot. If you are caught outside without an excuse, you are arrested. If you are not wearing a mask while alone in your car, you are pulled over by the police. The Premier of Australia recently said that this is literally a war.
But it's really, really important for us to acknowledge and accept that we need vaccination as a key tool in fighting this. This is literally a war, and we've known we've been in a war for some time, but never to this extent.
And seeing that only 0.032% have been infected, we know that the Premier isn't declaring war against COVID. That would be insane. She is declaring war against the people. And she isn't joking. Girls as young as 12 years old are getting pepper sprayed and arrested by the police for not wearing masks. In 2020, Australian citizens were being arrested for questioning the government online. Now, they are being arrested for questioning the government in their own homes. After being reported to the police by his wife for questioning the government, an Australian man was taken against his will in an ambulance to a prison-like facility, where he was questioned, told he has had a nervous breakdown, and diagnosed as having a problem trusting authority. They are building concentration camps. Melbourne's Centre for National Resilience is set to open by the end of the year. They call them quarantine camps, but this makes no sense, considering only 0.032% of the population is infected. By definition, these are concentration camps, and they're coming to America next. Australia lost their guns because they never had the Bill of Rights to protect them. America does. But for how long?
What do you think people need to know? Anything that you think hasn't been said or that people really need to know?
In America?
In America, yeah.
We need you guys. It doesn't matter if Joe Biden's in the White House at this point in time. You guys are the leader of the free world, and everyone is looking to you. You know, Australia, it's do or die. We've got China on our doorstep. And the thing is, if you guys don't find out who you are, if you don't remember what made America great, we're all screwed.
Dr. Rowley says, quote, observers are anticipating a new world order after the COVID-19 virus. They see our testing time as a turning point in what is said to be God's glorious plan to redeem the world that promised great victory.
So, is this what building back better looks like? If so, we've all been lied to as far as what they sold us, what the Build Back Better was going to be. So we have the great narrative panel discussion, as well as the exercise they ran. But more recently, well, before I go to the more recently, I want to pull an image up here. Let me pull an image up here real quick. Give me one moment. Build back better. But speaking of New World Order, I have a screenshot here from a Wall Street Journal, Thursday, April 23rd, 1992. At the top, it says, How I Learned to Love the New World Order. And there's some highlighted parts here. It says, believing that the Pentagon's new strategy, America as Globocop, could render the United States a hollow superpower. Pentagon has called for a Pax Americana. The U.S. should cast so large a military shadow that no rival dare emerge. And you have a counterpoint by who? Joseph R. Biden Jr. So before he was Vice President Joe, before he was President Joe, before he was Crack Pipe Joe, even before he was Crime Bill Joe, he was New World Order Joe. It says, why doesn't the journal stop the name calling, get its schools sorted out, and court an honest debate over America's proper role in the New World Order? Rather than denigrating collective security, we should regularize the kind of multilateral response we assembled for the Gulf War. Why not breathe life into the UN Charter? So here you have New World Order Joe in 1992 during the Gulf War, condemning or shaming the Wall Street Journal and telling them they need to get on board this train and accept America's proper role in the New World Order, and how he learned to love the New World Order. Right? These are things that they don't want us to talk about. But moving on, let me pull it up here. Recently, some of you may have heard about this. We had the World Government Summit, another Davos WEF sponsored event. And we're going to talk now about this World Government Summit and how it ties into the Great Reset and the Great Narrative and the Build Back Better. Right, let's check this out. This says here, Our World Today, Why Governments Must Act Now. And this comes off the World Government Summit's official YouTube channel, March 29th, 2022. And of course, the devil's favorite son is always in the spotlight here lately. So we're going to check this out, fair use. It's like they can't say it enough, what this is and what their goals are.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to participate for the 8th time at this important meeting, even if only in a virtual way. I would like to express my high respect to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum for having taken the initiative for creating such an important global platform for governments shaping the future. I also want to congratulate Dubai for having organized such a successful World Expo despite all the repercussions of the global pandemic. Last November, in partnership with His Excellency Mohammed Al-Gargawi, we brought together 60 top intellectual thinkers here in Dubai. Thank you to His Excellency for enabling this initiative to define a longer-term narrative to make the world more resilient, more inclusive, and more sustainable. With all the current issues on our agenda, we tend to forget that we are in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, which accelerates global change in much more comprehensive and faster ways than the previous 3 revolutions. I'm proud that the government of Dubai has been so foresighted in establishing a Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in cooperation with the World Economic Forum. The objective is to quickly recognize the potential of new technologies, as well as develop the necessary ethical and political frameworks around those new technologies to ensure that those technologies are human-centered and society-oriented. The world has to overcome not only the damage done to our economies and our societies by COVID-19, it also has to confront the repercussions of a dangerous clash between major global powers. History is truly at a turning point. We do not yet know the full extent and the systemic and structural changes which will happen. However, we do know that global energy systems, food systems, and supply chains will be deeply affected. In times of crisis, the role of governments is more important and more relevant than ever. What is also needed is a summit like this one to go beyond crisis management and to look into constructive ways we can build our common future. Our futures are intrinsically connected to one another, as the profound challenges to mankind, such as climate change, are globally interconnected and require collaborative responses. In conclusion, and despite all the challenges, we have to uphold our responsibility, which we have towards the next generation, and which we can only fulfill through collaboration on a national and on a global level. I wish you an impactful and successful meeting.
And so that's his opening statement at the World Government Summit. And here is a kind of like a promo video for the World Government Summit 2022, Shaping Future Governments. All right. World Government Summit. Okay, just happened within this past week. And of course, they got the nice music, very inspirational, make our world a better place. But we're going to break down exactly what should be being talked about when it comes to these events. Activistpost.com. While you were distracted by Will Smith, the international elite met at the World Government Summit. And just so everyone knows, we have about 5 minutes before we go into overtime. So if you would like to speak, the guest caller number is 515-605-9327. Press 1. If you have a question, comment, something you would like to add, if you don't call in before 5 minutes, you won't have a chance, as the call lines are about to be cut off on Blog Talk. Okay, but going back here, while you were distracted by Will Smith, okay, they had this international elite meeting at the World Government Summit. Okay. Interesting. As soon as I speak about Blog Talk, I get dropped. Let me call back in real quick. One moment.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please enter your host PIN when finished.
To start your show now, press 1.
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now.
All right, so let's pick back up. But everybody was distracted by Will Smith and the slap. The World Government Summit was meeting to discuss them slapping us with more oppression as they decide our fates and our future. So you had the corporate media journalists, heads of state, CEOs, some of the most profitable companies in the world, met for discussions on shaping the direction of our future, of the next decade and beyond. Anyone with a functioning brain should ignore the tabloids and instead pay attention to this little known gathering of globalist technocrats. Okay, we had Mr. Great Reset himself, Santa Claus, there. Okay, talking about defining a longer term narrative to make the world more resilient, more inclusive, more sustainable. Okay. He talked about the fourth industrial revolution. And really what I want to get to here is, let me see here. I don't think it's this article, but what I really want to get to here is this. Also, at the World Government Summit, you had this lady speaking, pushing for a digital financial system to underpin world order. The implementation of a digital currency and digital identity is not a conspiracy theory. These global leaders are explaining it to us out loud.
90 seconds.
So this was probably the most alarming thing that you could take from this particular summit that I saw. And we're going to listen to this woman speak, but 216 area code on Blog Talk. I see you. I'll take your call after this article. So let's listen to her, Dr. Mom
60 seconds.
And see what she has to say about this digital financial system, the implementation of a digital currency and digital identity. So these are the things that they're discussing while we're focusing in on Will Smith and the foolishness of Hollywood. Okay, being distracted by the Holly wand, the Holly weird wand.
Bit late for that. I remember talking to
and just before we let her speak, I watched a little bit of this World Government Summit, and you wouldn't believe how many times they used the word New World Order before this woman even spoke. I mean, at least
10 seconds.
A couple dozen times I heard them say New World Order before this woman even had a chance to speak. And not just, one person, multiple people. So their obsession with the New World Order is, obviously clear.
Bit late for that. I remember talking to an Australian diplomat at one point about this break between the US and China and said, both sides are going to say, whose team are you on? And he said, our job is to make sure the question never arises. But the question has arisen. And so I think we have to go deeper. And it's not about the US versus China. It's about what underpins a world order is always the financial system. I was very privileged. My father was an advisor to Nixon when they came off the gold standard. And
so what underpins a world system is a financial system. What underpins a world order is the financial system. That's the the biggest building block, okay, is the economy, the financial system. And now she's talking about when Nixon was president and we were on the gold standard. The dollar was backed by gold.
I was very privileged. My father was an advisor to Nixon when they came off the gold standard in '71, and so I was brought up with a kind of inside view of how very important the financial structure is to absolutely everything else. And what we're seeing in the world today, I think, is we are on the brink of a dramatic change where we are about to, and I'll say this boldly, we're about to abandon the traditional system of money and accounting and introduce a new one. And the new one, the new accounting, is what we call blockchain. It means digital. It means having a almost perfect record of every single transaction that happens in the economy.
You see that? They want to have a almost perfect record of every transaction that happens in the economy through blockchain, through digital currency, so that you will not be able to buy or sell in this system without being tracked, without their permission.
Which will give us far greater clarity over what's going on. It also raises huge dangers in terms of the balance of power between states and citizens. In my opinion, we're going to need a digital constitution of human rights if we're going to have digital money. But also, this new money will be sovereign in nature. Most people think that digital money is crypto and private, but what I see are superpowers introducing digital currency. The Chinese were the first. The US is on the brink, I think, of moving in the same direction. The Europeans have committed to that as well.
There it is. There it is. These are the things and the policies and the future predictions. Pretty much not when, but not if, but when, that they're proclaiming at these particular summits and these events. Let me see here. The entry into a digital currency needs a digital identity. The end goal of a digital currency is why Western political leaders have not been worried about following the DVOC 91 spending demands from the World Economic Forum. When the global trade currency does not need to be pegged to anything to determine value, it is completely fiat. This is the current problem with global trade and transactions taking place in US dollars, which arbitrarily lists the standard of life for Americans while providing no similar benefit to other nations. Okay, so it's an uneven economic scale and system for Babylon. Okay, because America has so much power within the economic world with the dollar that it uplifts American society while not allowing other nations or other countries to have any benefit. So now we need a reset to make the playing field even. A digital currency allows ultimate control on a global basis by a one world government or Western system of collective governments that can assign value. Okay, because once they took the dollar off the gold standard, no more value for the dollar. So now they need to assign a value to money. No other mechanism will have as much control over the life of a person than a digital currency that will create a system of transactional credits and debits, perhaps also influenced by your social credit score. You see, again, going back to what we said in this broadcast about how this is all about control. By setting up a digital currency, of course, there's no value to it, to fiat. So setting up the digital currency, the main thing is not that it gives it value, but now that they can control your spending. enter in a social credit score, to where if you have a poor social credit score, it'll be similar to in our society now. Your credit depends on your interest rate when you go buy a house, or you buy a car, or you get credit cards, whether or not you qualify. Okay, you may not qualify for any of those things. Well, if you have a bad social credit score, that means you will have low qualifications when it comes to things like buying food, having a place to stay, clothes, so on and so forth. Social credit score being tied into how compliant you are with the system, with the government, with the beast. The digital currency requires a digital identity in order for apportionment based on your value to society. And this all also links in, I know you all have probably heard a lot here lately, UBI, Universal Basic Income. Okay, all these things are coming together and shaping and are about to come together in this society, this new world we're going into. This is essentially an extension of the Fabian mindset into the world of financial transactions and monetary evaluations. Fabians believe that some form of socio-economic tribunal world would be needed in order for each citizen to be quantified according to their worth to society. So your financial status is going to be directly related to your worth. Okay, what are you worth to society is going to directly correlate to your wealth. The Chinese social credit score is a variant of the same concept. The phrase "you didn't build that," when espoused by former President Obama and current Senator Elizabeth Warren, is also based on this collective worldview. Both believe that individuals do not succeed independently, but rather gain their ability to grow wealth by using the resources of the larger society, infrastructure, labor, and education. The phrase "it takes a village to raise a child," as espoused by Hillary Clinton, is another variant of the same collective advocacy. The implementation of a digital currency and digital identity is not a conspiracy theory. These global leaders are explaining it to us out loud. However, I am concerned that most will not hear it or understand it until it's too late. Okay? Until you're standing in a bread or a soup line and they're telling you that you need the mark of the beast in order to buy. Okay, so these are the real things that we should be discussing and having talks about and sharing with others, so we understand and know what time it is. Okay, so that we're all making the proper preparations to be in the best position we can be when this thing shifts. Okay, that's the whole reason why they're trying to get everybody into crypto right now. They got that crypto craze. Everybody's Bitcoin, Dogecoin, this coin, that coin. They want everybody into digital currency. So when you make this shift, you'll already be in it to pivot into the beast system, the beast financial system. When we need to be pivoting out of it into real resources, real assets, tangible things, not a fictional digital metaverse coin, something that you have to be in an alternate reality, plugged up to the beast through its mark in order to have access and to interact and function. All right, and here's just another video another link to go with what we talked about last week about history is truly at a turning point. Global energy and food systems will be deeply affected. Whether it's war, a cyber pandemic, or all part of the Great Reset agenda, Schwab is certain that systemic and structural changes are coming to food, energy, and global supply chains. Again, this is about them taking control of everything. Okay, controlling everything. Your food, your energy, your money. And this is what he was speaking at the World Government Summit just a week ago. They said they can't predict the future, but they know that food systems, energy systems, and supply chains will be deeply affected. That they do know. Okay. You also had Cyber Polygon happen, an exercise they ran in 2020 about cyber attacks that they've since scrubbed from their website. You can't even go to their website anymore and find anything out about Cyber Polygon, which probably leads us to know that there's probably a huge cyber event. They keep talking about a cyber pandemic. This would be another pandemic that they could then use, and instead of a biological pandemic, they could use a technological pandemic. Because once a cyber attack hits all of our technology, everything's attached to the grid. Okay, all of our way of operating in this society is internet-based, computer-based, smartphone-based. So if that particular infrastructure is attacked, and imagine what happened in 2020 with them saying was a biological sickness and it shut down everything. Imagine if they attack all the systems, or they say all the systems have been attacked and pull the plug, hit the switch on all the systems, and then we don't have any systems to use for our, what we've grown accustomed to, our day-to-day, going about our day-to-day, buying groceries, paying bills, our electrical grid, having power. Imagine all that just gets cut off. Where do we go from there? Imagine the chaos. Okay, so be on the lookout for a cyber pandemic where it's similar to DVOC 91, but on a technological scale when it comes to our systems. Okay, how we operate in our society with all of our systems. And here's a quote. Speaking of that, he spoke on this at the World Government Summit. If cyber threats continue without mitigation, governments will continue to retaliate against perpetrators, actual or perceived, leading to open cyber warfare, further disruption for societies, and loss of trust in governments' ability to act as digital stewards. So one would think that these people are prophets, as much as they claim not to be able to predict the future. Okay, so a lot of this is going into cyber threats, cyber warfare. Okay, just summarizing a lot of this for time's sake here. And again, you all will have these links within 48 hours of this broadcast that you can look at this information yourself. But let me go ahead. We had a caller on Blog Talk. Let me see if they're still there. 216 area code. Let me go ahead and bring them in. 216, Shabbat Shalom, you're live.
Shabbat Shalom, Elder. Good to speak to you again. As always, you bring the information, and I suppose, partly with the spirit of all of us are kind of tuned in to you for a reason, but the spirit, I'm on the exact same things, been looking at the exact same things, throughout all of these weeks or what have you. So I just want to say, you're doing a great job, keep it up, and a lot of what you kind of just went into with where I was going to go. Is that I hope that the bodies who are, tuning into this and hearing this, that, internationally, that they are actually preparing and doing something because of what is coming. Because, like you said, they already had it planned out. Well, what happens if people don't take the shot? But we'll just, say it's a cyber attack, and we'll create chaos one way or the other. And so it's coming. But it's one thing, obviously, for us to know it, that it's coming, but we also have to be doing something. And at the same time, just like how, Elder Ricard said, but we can also be out there, with signs like how people were with the Black Lives Matter thing, protesting either, right? Because it's prophecy, and all of these things have to happen. So we can't fight a higher, but we can do what we can do, like you just said, because if the grid goes down, no water, no gas, it's not just you stay in your house and you don't have a telephone. I mean, how you going to heat everything, you're drinking water, irrigation, whatever, for your toilet, all of those kinds of things as well. So, just keep bringing it. And I will say, too, that thing you brought out with the 2020 and the text number, I hadn't thought about that. I was thinking of it more like the 2030 agenda, the 33 degrees, but with that 666 in there, that was a whole different way of looking at it. Because one of the things, too, I had seen, or, just kind of just looking at that word reset. And I was thinking with that, you do the word scramble and it, can say steer. So it's like, they can reset, but then steer us in a certain direction. But then you also know, especially you in Texas, I'm in Ohio, I'm in Cleveland. But especially with a steer, that's a castrated bull. So, I mean, you think it's something as powerful as a bull, but the castrated bull is a steer, and all of that seems to, with the reset and all of that, it just all goes together. So, yeah, so you, like I said, you right on it, and if people are just stumbling upon this, once again, I say, just please understand that these powers that be all are controlled by Satan, but they're all against us. If, for our Israelites or black folks who didn't know that they was Israelites, whatever, but if the people who thought that Obama was for us, they need to understand that, he works for the other side. If you are a Trumper, they need to understand, that he was the one that rolled out warp speed. And that guy's friends are all of these billionaires, the Epsteins, and, he'll tell you, right? He gave money to the Clintons. You know an elder. And same thing for the Elon Musk people. You've been seeing that, I'm sure, with the Twitter thing. But Elon Musk, if he does get to call a shot to Twitter, all that does is get him one step closer to putting computer chips in brains, right? So at the end of the day, all we got is a higher, and those of us who were believers, believers in Christ and believers in a higher. I mean, really, that's really all we got. But like I said, I'm gonna let you get back to it. Normally by this time I'm asleep because I have to get up early for the Sabbath over here on the Eastern time. But man, you were just hitting all the points. I'm like, I've been on this the whole week, and I'm glued to the TV. So like I say, bless you, brother. Keep up the good work. And I will say this too about the being prepared thing. I was doing some of the vending as well at Passover. And it was interesting because my wife does jewelry, and I do some little stuff with fringes and things, shirts and stuff. And it was just interesting. I brought emergency preparedness stuff this year, and it was just so interesting to me. And this is in a bad way, I think, that a lot of brothers and sisters just really they didn't want to talk about it. It was almost like, how we have a little bit of a reprieve, and it's just a little bit of relaxation, and just, well, hey, what shirts you got? What fringes do you have? But I'm like, hey, we need this stuff to get prepared for what's coming, possibly this fall, turn of the year. Even if it's not then, it's coming at some point. But it's like, these are the items that you really should be interested in over here. And it was just, it was, I don't want to say unfortunate, but it's just a lot of brothers and sisters really weren't interested in that. They were more interested in the fun stuff, hats and things of that nature. So again, just prayerfully, by you keep putting this out there, that's one of the reasons too I wanted to call, because I know people don't always call in. Like I said, I fall asleep a lot of times because I have to get up early, but just keep doing what you're doing, Elder, because, even to be able to go back and pull, the information that you put out there and pull off the links and everything, it is it's valuable, and it's the Holy Spirit that's leading you to do it. So Wada, I'm gonna get off the phone here with you, but Shabbat Shalom, and thank you again.
Okay, well, hey, all praises to the Most High. Bless you. Thanks for calling in, and Shabbat Shalom. All right. And definitely good to have a little mix up there within the broadcast. Bring a caller in the midst. So just kind of keeping it with some variety here, just with, a mix of articles and videos and callers. So we're kind of rounding things up with where we are in the broadcast. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit a few more things, and then we're going to go into the scriptures. We're going to now round it out with the scriptures, with the Build Back Better New World Order's great narrative, and start to begin to shift here in a moment over to Ukraine now. Okay, because now, again, DVOC 91 in the lockdown, remember the guy in the news piece said this is day one of the New World Order. Okay, so we're in day, 600 something now. And so, as you go higher in number, you got to think things aren't getting better. Things aren't getting closer back to normal. They're getting further away from what we used to perceive as normal. So let me go here to our next article, speaking about the cyber attacks in the financial system. This comes off of strangesounds.org. It says here, a new world financial order is coming, and the West won't have much to say anymore. This is March 30th, 2022. A new financial order will be negotiated in the world, and the West won't have the main say in it anymore. Ex-Russian President Dmitry Medvedev has claimed. The hellish sanctions imposed on Russia by the U.S., EU, and their allies over the conflict in Ukraine have failed to cripple the country, but are instead returning to the West like a boomerang. Okay, Medvedev, the former Russian president, who is now the deputy chairman of the Russian Security Council, wrote on Telegram, "This is hurtful for our friends in Europe and overseas." So America, under their strategy of war, has put sanctions on Russia, but it's really like a ricochet effect, because now these sanctions on Russia are now really mostly affecting the United States. So it's really a suicide. Okay, because whenever you're going to war against someone else, you aim your guns and your missiles at them. Well, this is like America is aiming the guns and missiles at herself with these sanctions, and it's going to bring about this financial reset. It says here, but while the West continues its fruitless efforts to restrict Russia, the world is gradually moving towards a new logic of global economic relations, towards upgrading the financial system, he said. According to Medvedev, the US and EU have tarnished their reputation by blocking the reserves of the Russian central bank. It is impossible to trust those who freeze the accounts of other states, steal other people's business assets and personal possessions, compromising the principles of sanctity of private property. After the outbreak of the conflict in Ukraine in late February, the US and EU froze nearly half of Russia's foreign currency reserves worth $300 billion. Okay. Confidence in reserve currencies is fading like the morning mist, and the prospect of abandoning the dollar and euro in this role does not seem like such an unrealistic prospect anymore. The era of regional currencies is coming. So now, through these sanctions on Russia, it's now going to cause a rift in the economic global system where countries are going to now abandon the U.S. standard, which is the dollar, the petrodollar, and you're going to have regional currencies. So there'll be no more U.S. dollar as the reserve. You'll have the U.S. dollar being a reserve maybe on this side of the globe, and then on the other side of the globe, you have the Chinese yuan or the Russian ruble as a currency or currencies that are being used predominantly. And all that's going to do is further weaken America and further drive inflation, supply chain issues, and all of that. And we're going to go into the scripture and break all this down, because now we're starting to shift over to the Ukraine-Russia PSYOP. Okay, we talked about the DVOC PSYOP. That's how this great reset started. And then the next phase was the Russia-Ukraine PSYOP. Okay. So it just goes on to show how Russia now is starting to use its own money in other countries for trade. China and Saudi Arabia are discussing switching to the yuan instead of the US dollar for their oil trade. It says no matter if they want it or not, they'll have to negotiate a new financial order, Medvedev said. And the decisive voice will then be with those countries that have a strong and advanced economy, healthy public finances, and a reliable monetary system, and not with those who endlessly inflate their public debt, issuing more and more pieces of paper into circulation which aren't backed by national wealth. So now, okay, coming full circle, what's really going on in Ukraine? For a lot of people may not know, this so-called war with Russia and Ukraine started, at least in the modern era, because at some point all of that was all one people. We're going to go into the history. In 2014 under Obama. All right. Started in 2014 under Obama. I want to get a little history here of Ukraine. And we're going to see if we can now attach this to scripture. What's going on? Is there any clues the Bible gives us on this? This is on Britannica.com, History of Ukraine. From prehistoric times, migration and settlement patterns in the territories of present-day Ukraine varied fundamentally along the lines of three geographic zones. The Black Sea coast was for centuries in the sphere of the contemporary Mediterranean maritime powers. Then you had from there going across the east, across southern Ukraine toward the mouth of the Danube River. And then you had and then it went down to the linked waterways to northern and central Europe. The marshlands of these zones were frequent areas of both military conflict and cultural transmission. So these areas are known for military conflict over the centuries. Now I'm going to pull up a map here so we can look at this map of Ukraine, because this is very important. Okay. And you see here, this is a modern day map of Ukraine. And as you can see, we have the Black Sea, the Sea of Azov, and we see Crimea. You have Russia to the east. And we have Poland, Romania to the west, and to the south we have Turkey. Now in around 2014, 2015, when this happened, when this first started up, it's something I was sitting thinking in my studies, and I was just trying to figure out about this Ukraine thing, because it was kind of a big deal at that time under Obama. And something came to me and said, pull up an ancient map of Khazaria. So when you pull up an ancient map of Khazaria, you would be probably very intrigued at what we see here. This article says Khazaria, a forgotten Jewish empire. Nicholas Soteri reflects on the early religious controversies of Eastern Europe, focusing in particularly on an often overlooked kingdom, the Khazar. And as we see here, we see the Black Sea. We see the Sea of Azov, Crimea. Okay, this is the same region of land that we're looking at when we look at here of the Khazarian Empire. And not only do we see that, but what else do we see here? We see the Caucasus Mountains. And we know that modern day white people are referred to as Caucasians. Okay, so this is really helping us to identify the modern day Jewish people. And I remember bringing this out on one of the blog talks back then. I can't remember. I don't know if the elders have brought this out in any of the academies or broadcasts. If so, I may have missed it. But I wanted to bring this back out because this is very key in understanding what's going on right now in Ukraine. And if you understand biblical history and you know who these people are in Europe, if you know who the Russians are, the Ukrainians are, who the Polish are, that they're Esau or Edom, according to the Bible. And then we have the Khazarians or the Khazars, who we know are who the Jewish people today are. Their historical roots go back to. Now it's starting to make sense biblically what's going on and who these people are. And not only do we have the Caucasus Mountains here, but we also have the Ural Mountains. Now, I'm going to go into the scriptures here in a moment so we can really break this down. Okay, that's why it's important to know your history, identifying and knowing who Edom is. So we can understand this conflict is nothing but a psyop. It's smoke and mirrors. When we look up Khazars, okay, it says Khazars were a semi-nomadic Turkic people that in the late 6th century AD established a major commercial empire covering the southeastern section of modern European Russia, southern Ukraine, Crimea, and Kazakhstan. Okay, there it is. The Empire of the Khazars from 650 AD to 850 AD. This was their empire. Okay, and we see the Black Sea, Crimea, Sea of Azov. We have the Caucasus Mountains right here, Caucasus Mountains. We have Russia over here. We have Western Europe. And we also have Israel right here. So these people who were here migrated out of these northern European regions into modern day Israel and are now claiming to be Jews. And they have led the world to believe that there's actually a war happening here between the families of Edom. All right. I want to segue this over into the scriptures here, but before I do, I want to show the coat of arms for Ukraine. It says the coat of arms of Ukraine is a blue shield with a gold trident. So this is the coat of arms for Ukraine. Okay. Now, those familiar with Greek mythology, and if you know about Poseidon, you would know that this is what Poseidon had as, his weapon or his staff was the trident. Okay, so we're going to talk about why this is important in understanding prophecy. And you notice how they've been bombarding us with a lot of Aquaman and comics here lately, especially, in the movies. DC Comics has been bombarding us with the Aquaman movies. What are they telling us here? Okay, let's start to connect these dots. When you go to Poseidon, we go here to Britannica. It says Poseidon in ancient Greek religion, god of the sea, earthquakes, and horses. He is distinguished from Pontus, the personification of the sea, and the oldest Greek divinity of the waters. The name Poseidon means either husband of the earth or lord of the earth. He says Poseidon was a brother of Zeus, the sky god and chief deity of ancient Greece, and of Hades, god of the underworld. When the three brothers disposed their father, the kingdom of the sea fell by lot to Poseidon. His weapon and main symbol was the trident, perhaps once a fish spear. All right, so now that we have this information and this history, now let's go to the Bible. And this is going to help us with some identification, understanding prophecy, and where we are at right now. Knowing this history and this information. We're going to go to Revelation 13. And we're not finished with this history and information. We're going to come back to it. Okay. When we read Revelation 13, verse 1, it says, "And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy." Okay, so the first thing that we're seeing here is a beast coming out of the sea, and now we're paralleling this to Poseidon, a Greek god. Okay, this was a sea god or a god of the sea. Now, when we look at this beast here, we know that this beast represents the ancient Roman Empire. Okay, the Romans are Edomites. Okay, they are Khazarians or Caesars or Caesars. In Russia, they're known as Caesars. You go a little bit east, a little bit west of Russia, they're known as Khazars. You go a little bit west and south into Rome, they're known as Caesars. It's all the same. They're all the same people. Okay, so John is identifying this beast coming out of the sea, which we know was the ancient Roman Empire, and the main thing we're focusing in on here are the 10 horns. Okay, because we're going to show how this, what happened in the past, is now setting itself up for our present and future times. Okay, let me go down here. And of course, this is the same chapter that talks about the mark of the beast. So all this is connecting. Now, remember that Poseidon was also known as the husband or Lord of the earth. So here in Revelation 13, verse 11, it says, "And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. And he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon." So we know this is talking about the modern day Roman Empire and America. Okay, but understanding that Poseidon was both god of the sea and husband of the earth. So we see a beast coming out of the sea and out of the earth. We see the trident with Ukraine. All right, let me pull up a map here of Europe so you all can see this here. Just want to be able to fully connect all this for you all. All right. We have a map of of Europe. Okay. We see here Ukraine. We have Russia to the east and Europe, Western Europe here, of course, to your west. You see the Black Sea, we see Crimea. And so what we're seeing here is a funneling in of military. America, remember, America represents Esau. Russia represents Esau. Ukraine represents Esau. Okay, they are the Khazars. Okay, all these people are Khazars, and what we're seeing here is an excuse for them now to funnel in resources into what is going to be their headquarters for the 10 horns. Okay, Ukraine is going to be the headquarters. It sits in the heart of Europe. And you look strategically, militarily, you have Russia to the right, you have Western Europe to the left. And so if you're going to do war with the 10 horns, you're going to have to come from the south. Because up north is Arctic. There's nothing coming up from the north. Esau owns the north. Okay, you're going to have to come through Turkey. Now we know Turkey is where Pergamos is. Revelation tells us Pergamos is where the devil's seat is. So strategically, militarily, Ukraine sits in the best place when you're talking about a military headquarters. Now, they wouldn't be able to just start sending military into Ukraine for no reason. That's going to raise alarm. But if you can sell the masses on there's a war there and we must funnel in military, whether it's equipment, weaponry, troops, whether it's America sending in military, other Western European countries sending in military, Russia sending in military. Now there's no alarm because there's a war. It's expected military is going to be there. But they're securing ancient Khazaria, knowing that modern day Israel is going to fall. Okay, Iran is going to deal with modern day Israel. So where are the Khazars going to go in the meantime? They're going back to the 10 horns, which is the EU. All right, we're going to get that in scriptures too. And then you have the Black Sea here, which is another military advantage. Okay, because they're going to have all the military weaponry on the Black Sea, even in the Mediterranean. All right, so now let's go to Revelations 17, and let's talk about these horns. And then I'm going to show another article here. Let me find it. Check this out. Revelation 17. I'm going to start at verse 12. And these 10 horns are the same as the 10 toes Daniel saw in Daniel 2. Revelation 17:12. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind. Remember, the great narrative, they must have one great narrative and a collective of everybody being under one mind. These have one mind and shall give their power and strength unto the beast. These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful. So what they're doing is they're getting ready for the final war with Christ. Going back from whence they came in ancient Khazaria. Okay, going back to the mountains. It says here, verse 15, and he said unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the horse sitteth, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. Verse 16, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire. So we know this whore is America. So in order for these 10 horns to get their power back, they must dispose of America. So what do? You create a proxy war, a PSYOP war with Russia, put these sanctions out that really aren't hurting Russia, they're really hurting America, and it's going to collapse America. Okay, these instances are going to bring forth America's collapse. So now the 10 horns can take their power back 1 hour with the beast. Let me show y'all an article here when it says, they shall make her desolate and naked and shall eat her flesh. This comes off theconversation.com. It says, U.S. aid to Ukraine. $13.6 billion approved following Russian bombardment marks sharp increase. And this is just some of the money. And this doesn't even go into all the military weaponry that's now being funneled into this area. $13.6 billion. So America is just printing this money out of thin air. But what does that do to America's debt ceiling? Okay, this is only making the debt go up, up, and up, and up, while the 10 horns, the European Union, it's now building them back up. They're eating the flesh of the whore, making her naked, robbing her and taking her of all her money, all her resources, before they implode her. Okay, sending all the military there. Okay, so these Khazars are getting prepared to take the power back to the 10 horns and to get ready for this final war, the real war, the war of Armageddon, not this fake Russia-Ukrainian war. It says, what else is the U.S. doing? Just one day after Biden signed the spending package, the White House announced another $200 million in immediate military assistance to Ukraine. It includes small arms and anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons from U.S. defense stocks. So now it's going into all the money. Biden announced an additional $350 million in U.S. weapons. So you see how this so-called war now allows them to build Ukraine up with military with no one asking any questions. Now imagine if they were to do all this and there wasn't a war going on. We just want to send them all this money and all this military weaponry. It might raise some eyebrows. Like, why are you sending all of that to them for? For what purpose? Okay, but when it's under the guise of war, no one asks any questions. It's to be understood. Okay, so going back to the maps again, the 10 horns, Esau working together, building up ancient Khazaria. Okay, taking the power away from America. And we also saw that we have the Caucasus Mountains here, the Caucasus Mountains, and we know we're going to get some scriptures now. The Ural Mountains. Let's go to Obadiah. Okay, why are white people or Europeans referred to as Caucasians? And we're saying that they're Edomites or they're Esau, Obadiah. Obadiah verse 1 says, the vision of Obadiah. Thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock. So Esau is known as a mountainous people. In ancient biblical times, it was Mount Seir. Fast forward a little bit, the Caucasus Mountains. Okay. Even, and I'm about to go into it, in the Americas, where are they building their bunkers at right now? Right. We mentioned things like the Denver International Airport, the Rocky Mountains. Let's go to Jeremiah 16 to show you what Esau is doing. The reason why he's scrambling right now. Jeremiah 16 and 14. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that it shall no more be said, the Lord liveth that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. That's talking about modern day Egypt, America, spiritual Egypt. Us coming up out of this captivity here in America. But the Lord liveth that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north and from all the lands whither he had driven them, because we've been scattered to the four corners of the earth, showing you that this is prophecy. This isn't ancient Egypt. Okay. But dealing with America, the land of the north, and all the lands where we've been scattered, I will bring them again into their land that I gave unto their fathers. Now check this part out. Verse 16, behold, I will send for many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them. And after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill and out of the holes of the rocks. So who is this talking about? This is talking about Edom or Esau, running to the mountains for cover, like we see going on right now with them building up Ukraine, ancient Khazaria. Okay, giving power back to the 10 horns. They're running back to the Caucasus Mountains, getting ready for this war. They're running to the Rocky Mountains, even though they know the Rocky Mountains only has a short time. But nonetheless, it's a refuge in between time when things go down. Verse 17, for mine eyes are upon all their ways, they are not hid from my face, neither is their iniquity hid from mine eyes. And first I will recompense their iniquity and their sin double, because they have defiled my land. They have filled my inheritance with the carcasses of their detestable and abominable things. Esau is all in the land of Israel, showing you this is talking about Edom. They have totally defiled that land. Okay, with homosexuality, all types of debaucheries. The Devok 91 campaign is probably worse there than almost any place else. They have defiled that land. Okay, so they're going to run to their mountains. They're going to run back to Khazaria. It says here, verse 19, O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction. Okay, talking about Jacob's trouble, the tribulation we're going into. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. So you are going to have some Gentiles that are going to come to our aid and to our rescue. Some are going to run to their rocks, their mountains. Verse 20, shall a man make gods unto himself, and they are no gods? Therefore, behold, I will this once cause them to know, I will cause them to know mine hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is the Lord. Now let's precept this to Revelation. I'm going to precept this to Revelation. Let me get it here. Revelation chapter 6. So we can totally understand what's going on right now. And we can understand the biblical narrative versus the great narrative that they're trying to sell us on. So we don't get caught up in the smoke and mirrors. We don't get caught up in the deception. Revelation 6 and 12. And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. Now you can precept this to Matthew 24 about Christ's return. When he comes back, it says that the sun is going to turn dark. The moon is going to turn dark. So this is talking about his return. Verse 13, and the stars of heaven fell unto the earth, even as a fig tree casteth her untimely figs, when she is shaken of a mighty wind. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places. Verse 15, and the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every free man hid themselves in the dens and in the rocks of the mountains. Verse 16, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us, and hide us from the face of him that sitteth on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. Okay, and that's what we read earlier in Revelation 17 when it talks about the 10 horns warring against the Lamb. Okay, when he comes back, he's coming for those mountains, those Caucasus mountains. Okay, when you read in Isaiah, it's just the Most High refers to it as Idumea or Mount Seir. It just means the area that Esau dwelleth in, and we know he dwelleth in the cleft of the rocks. Verse 17, for the great day of his wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand? Okay, so those mountains aren't going to protect Esau. Now, I said at the beginning of this broadcast, we started with Malachi chapter 1. We were going to round it out and end with Malachi chapter 1. All right, so now let's go over to Malachi chapter 1. And then I have an article to back all this up, and then a video. Malachi 1:1 says, the burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother? Saith the Lord, yet I loved Jacob. And I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. All right, so we're seeing nothing but mountains throughout, the past few chapters we've been reading. Okay, starting with Obadiah, Jeremiah, Revelation. Okay, Obadiah talks about Edom dwelling in the clefts of the rocks. Malachi says he has laid the mountains of Esau waste. Verse 4, whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. So in the midst of this build back better, Esau is running and scurrying off to his original habitation, his mountains, because Esau wasn't given any land. He was given Mount Seir. He was given mountains as his inheritance. And his heritage is laid waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Okay, so they're going to think to build back better and run and build back ancient Khazaria and the 10 horns back, those desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever. And your eyes shall see, and ye shall say, the Lord will be magnified from the border of Israel. And I want to make a disclaimer. This isn't talking about all white people. This isn't talking about all Edomites or all of Esau. This is talking about those that are into the wickedness against Christ, against the elect of the Lord. Those Edomites, the ones that we've been talking about and showing, that are under this New World Order, Great Reset, Great Narrative, Build Back Better, run into their caves. Let me pull up an article here. This is on Activist Post. Okay, in the midst of this Ukrainian psyop, it says here, elite flock to doomsday bunkers as World Bank tells peasant class not to store food. All right, so all the while they're coming out and declaring a famine is coming. There's war with Russia and Ukraine, and we're under the DVOC 91 pandemic still. They're running to bunkers and stockpiling their bunkers, their mountains. Since the invasion of Ukraine began, manufacturers of doomsday bunkers have seen a massive spike in sales. All right. So the Bible identifies this. They identify it as the 10 horns rising back to power. All right. We've identified who Esau is through history. All right. We've identified what Ukraine is in ancient history. It's the Khazarian Empire. The people of the Caucasus. The Jewish running for their lives out of the land of Canaan or the land of Israel. When that Iran thing gets churning to light it up. Okay. And then when that Iran thing then comes over to America to light America up, they will have fled to their mountains in Ukraine or Khazaria with full military. And the 10 horns will have its power back. 1 hour or a short time before Christ's return. To take them out. And in Daniel 2, it talks about a jagged stone cut out of a mountain that's going to strike that statue, that idol in Daniel 2, and hit the feet of iron and miry clay and break it into pieces. All right, so hopefully you brothers and sisters are seeing those dots connecting there and what's going on. And according to the biblical narrative versus the narrative that they want us to believe is what's going on. Okay, this is Esau. This is the Khazars building up the 10 horns, building up ancient Khazaria, running back to their mountains, running into their doomsday bunkers. Okay, getting ready for this final war, and in hopes that once the smoke clears, they arise into this great reset, this new world order, and that things have been built back better for them to now rule. They think they're going to take down Christ. They've depopulated the whole earth. Okay, so just so you understand their mind when they're trying to sell us on these initiatives and these narratives. And let me show this video here, and then we're going to conclude the broadcast for tonight. This video says, DNA under siege. Bioweapons developed in Ukraine specifically target Abrahamic bloodline. Oh. Well, we'll see what happens with this video here.
The nation state of Israel has led the way with vaccinating their people. They were the first to legitimize mRNA technology. This technology clearly being something that changes us, corrupts us. But Israel backed it, legitimized it, and even paid Dr. Fauci $1 million in a reward. The truth is, we've learned a lot since the beginning of 2020 about the origins of bioweapons, even the development of vaccines. A forerunner, I'd say someone very early and someone very brave, who spoke out about bioweapon labs in Ukraine, the corrupt nature of patents and other delicate natures of this virus, this vaccine, this bioweapon, is Dr. Ariana Love, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Stu Peters Show once again. Welcome back, Dr. Love.
Thanks for having me, Edward.
Now, when you were on just a few weeks ago to discuss the bioweapons in Ukraine, before anyone would discuss this topic, many said, is this really true? Is it really true what's going on in Ukraine? Well, you've been vindicated now. Can you share a little bit more about what you were discussing? Go a little more into detail about the truth of bioweapon labs, Biden, and other countries who've been using Ukraine as a cover for very nefarious activities, including ethnic bioweapons.
Well, I think that some of the main points that I want to talk about is how Ukraine was the Khazarian Empire. It was the land of the Khazars. Khazars were chased out of, they had a big empire there that was part of Ukraine, Georgia, part of Russia, and the Russians.
All right. And so now here it is. Even this doctor is familiar with this Khazarian history, this ancient empire where you have the Black Sea and the Caucasus Mountains. And now she's exposing a lot of truth when it comes to all of this.
Empire there that was part of Ukraine, Georgia, part of Russia, and the Russians chased them out of their, and they've always been trying to get that land back. So this is what it's about. It's territorial. And the Khazars, being the Ashkenazis, they refer to Judaism, but of it, they mixed sort of the Talmudic, satanic, Babylonian cultish ritual, Satanism with Judaism, and they pretty much hijacked it. And this is how the true Torah Jews feel about it. So when the Khazars, which is, the kings of the Khazars are like the Rothschilds, when they occupied Palestine, the Palestinian Jews, the Sephardi Jews, which have always been recognized as representatives of authentic world Judaism, they were opposed to the Khazars and the state of Israel, and also Zionism. Zionism was created by the Khazars as another branch for control. So a political ideology that says that Jews are the chosen people and they can do whatever they want to the rest of humanity, and they can steal this land and do pogroms and genocide in the name of Judaism. And this is the painful part, because the true Torah Jews comprise about 2.5% of what's considered world Judaism today. 97.5% are Ashkenazis. So it's the Ashkenazi race that has the Khazarian mafia, just like the Italians have an Italian mafia. It's the Ashkenazi. I don't even want to call them Jews, because they don't have that DNA connection to Abraham. Or
now I want to correct her on that. She said that she doesn't want to call them Jews because they don't have the Abrahamic lineage. But they do have the Abrahamic lineage because they are Esau. Esau was a son of Isaac. Isaac was a son of Abraham. The issue is, just to make it clear, they don't have the Jacob lineage. All right. So those are what the real Jews would be under, is Jacob, not Esau. So she's right on some regards within what she's saying, but that part right there, just have to make sure it's clear, because then the Khazarians will escape under being Japhet. And that's Esau's aim, is to hide himself. So he'll hide as being Japhet. And they'll try to say, well, the Khazars aren't Abrahamic. They are Abrahamic, but they're not Jacob. They're Esau. Okay, they're the one that denied their birthright, that sold their birthright.
To the land of Palestine. So they have been masquerading, for the last 72 years and occupying other people's lands. Now, they did the same thing in Ukraine. This is, they backed the neo-Nazis. This was Jewish oligarchs, funded the Azov battalion and propped them up into position of power, and they infiltrated into the government. Then they established these bio labs, and basically Russia and the Khazars are mortal enemies. This is what people need to understand historically. This is very important for people to research and wrap their heads around it. So basically Russia is protecting its territories, its borders, and they have exposed something to the world that has riveted everyone. And that is that these bioweapons are ethnic specific. They are targeting specific ethnic.
What does it mean that it's ethnic specific?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this link. I'm not going to show all this video for the sake of the algae demon bots, the algorithmic demons that like to lurk and harass channels. Y'all will have access to this particular link here soon. I'll put all the links in the description so you'll have them. But I just wanted to show you that other people also are aware of what's going on with Ukraine and the history, the Khazars, all of that. That's where we have to start if we're going to understand what's going on with Ukraine and why Ukraine. Esau is coming together under the 10 horns. And to show you that they're not fighting against each other, Revelation 17 tells us they shall have one mind with the beast. So the 10 horns are not fighting amongst themselves. That's the narrative they want you to believe, so that they can come together, bring all those finances and military in there, and be the last empire to rule in this earth. The 10 toes, the iron and the miry clay kingdom, the power going back to that beast that came out of the sea with 10 horns, the reason why they worship Poseidon, the reason why Ukraine's coat of arms is the golden trident. Okay, because they know the beast of the sea. All right, they worship him. So that is our lesson tonight on let me get it here. Build Back Better. The New World Order's great narrative. I pray and hope that it has been edifying to you brothers and sisters here. I know last broadcast there was some there was actually some people that were, I would say, highly concerned about the times we're living in and what to do during these times. But hopefully with the scriptures we brought out showing Christ's return and how these imposters are not going to get away, that they will be caught even in their bunkers and their mountains that they're running to right now, and that the righteous will be protected in these times. Hopefully there's some comfort there in those scriptures to see and understand that we just have to get prepared. We have to gather ourselves together, O nation not desired. Okay, get prepared and just get out the way. All right, stay in righteousness. And what I'll do is, since we do have a little bit of time here, we usually not finish this soon, even though it's still late and we have gone a long time. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and, if anyone has any questions, I will answer about 10 minutes of questions in the chat. If anyone has any questions. Just looking and waiting here in the live chat to see if there's any questions. All praises be to the Most High. Someone asked, what is my thoughts on them possibly bringing back mandatory shots or injections? Well, I've seen the legislation that they just put out about, they had the appeals court on Biden's mandate that was put an injunction on that they just now had an appeals on. So now it's wide open for them to bring in the mandates for federal employees. So that's something to keep a close eye on. But I do believe that, you know, if you're within this beast grid and system, yeah, that's going to be all part of keeping the software up to date. So yeah, you're going to have to, I can definitely see, you know, answer your question, I can definitely see the mandatory injections coming and being there. This is just a warm up, getting us warmed up to the idea of it all, while they continue to operate in the background, all the other different agendas going on. Someone says, so stay away from crypto. I'm not saying to stay away from it entirely, but I would just deal with it sparingly. If it's kind of like the stock market, you know, you're playing with a Ponzi scheme type thing. And not to say that there's not any way that you could capitalize on that, but I wouldn't be looking in any long-term investing or capitalizing on crypto. I'd be more so looking to move my liquid assets into, you know, tangible resources, physical resources. Can people who are not injected be infected by those who have? Well, that's the $1 million question. I have seen some people, some doctors who have studies that show that it is highly likely, especially when you look at what is coming like as a side effects that can be contagious. So I would like to think, if I was guessing, that absolutely, that when you say can they be infected, it depends on your interaction with them. If it's intimately, I would say yes. If it's not intimately, but it's in close quarters contact, I would say there's a high possibility. Someone asked, how can I tell if I'm a Gentile or Israel? Well, there's no way that you can tell 100% and be 100% certain, but we know collectively those that fit the curses represent Israel. All right, so if you fall into those curses, there's, you know, definitely, you know, more than likely that you are Israelite. But Paul tells us in Titus not to strive in genealogy, so I wouldn't strive in it. What we should be striving in is Christ, because at the end of the day, if you don't have Christ and you're not in righteousness, then being a Gentile or Israel doesn't matter. And so focus on Christ, and then when you get to the kingdom, you make it to the kingdom, you'll find out. Will the Exodus happen before all of this? I guess I would need to understand before all this what that means. Of course, we know America will be destroyed before Christ's return. there will be those that escape out of America and throughout the four corners of the earth and be gathered into the wilderness. So all of that will happen before Christ's return. But maybe that question, if that doesn't answer it, maybe you need to be a little bit more specific, because I'm not quite clear on that question. Can I recommend a good precept book? Are you speaking about a Bible that has like the precepts in it, or you can kind of look in the center column and it has the center column references for precepts? Or are you talking about just a good notepad to write precepts in? Zondervan makes a good Bible that has the precepts in it. A good study Bible. As far as a precept book, just any book that notepad that is durable would be good for precepts. Do I think the dollar is going to collapse? I would say the dollar is going to collapse. At least the dollar as far as how we know it now. Will we still be in Babylon or in the wilderness? Well, those are very hard to answer. When the dollar collapses, the wilderness won't be set up yet. All right. The wilderness won't be ready at that time. The mark of the beast will be rolling out when they make the switch, whether it collapses or they switch over to digital currency, whichever route they go with that. But the wilderness, you're looking at America being destroyed probably before there's any wilderness. We know when Daniel talks about the time that the daily sacrifice is taken away, there's a period of time. Okay, so between that time period is the time to make it into the wilderness. Okay, so once the mark of the beast is instituted, that's when the wilderness will start to take shape and take form. When will the dollar collapse happen? That's a good question, but I would definitely say soon. Can't give a time frame. It's kind of hard to pinpoint those things, but just continue to keep paying attention, watching and praying, and we'll see it happen. We'll see it coming when it gets close, more than likely. The Codex Alimentarius, that's definitely interesting. I was looking at that recently. That would definitely be good to go with what they're doing with the food and also the famine. So I'll definitely keep that in mind. Am I switching to YouTube or still going to be on Twitch? Well, we went here tonight because of the material we went into to see if we would be able to not have any issues being here. So it really depends on the material that's coming out. If it's DVOC 91 related, then right now probably not going to be able to be here. But if it's not, then if I think that, we kind of dance around that topic a little bit, then we'll see about coming here. We'll see how things work for tonight's broadcast. Someone asked, is it wise to purchase land at this time? Absolutely. I think the question is, more so where, not purchasing land, but where are you purchasing land? So yeah, if you can purchase land, property, then by all means, but it just depends on where you're purchasing it at. Well, the Exodus, someone asked, is the Exodus going to happen before the mark of the beast is rolled out? The Exodus is going to be not a collective thing where it was in ancient Egypt. So it's going to be a more so sporadic, meaning that you're going to have pockets of people, escaping here and there out of America, not just one big exodus. So really, when you look at the exodus out of America, I would say the exodus out of America has already started a long time ago. People leaving this country. So it'll just be a continual thing of leaving, but as we get closer to America's destruction, it's just going to increase. More and more people getting out, all the way up until she's destroyed, and then those that are left here or still here will be destroyed with her. How do you stay safe when you work with people that have been injected? Well, I would definitely say just make sure you're keeping your distance from them, and continuing to stay in righteousness and stay prayed up. And there is grace there. If you have to work, you can't control who you're around. But I just wouldn't be just all up in people's space. I would, continue to practice distancing at work. All fronts quiet on the black-eyed babies. Are they the new giants? Well, we'll see. I think from what's come out that it's very intriguing that it very well could be the Nephilim being reborn through injections, not through angels coming down dealing with women, but through their technology creating giants once again in the earth. A lot of those things are kind of waiting to see what happens, because we're only a year and a half in to people taking shots. So it's gonna take years to really be able to see what the real aftermath is. Three years of plenty and 3 years of famine. Where are we? Well, I would definitely say right now we're in plenty. We're in the plenteous time. Again, kind of hard to say on those things, but just know that it's close. As we get closer to 2030, we get closer to the famine, if we're not already in it. Lions, I'm not sure of a book with the detailed maps of the ancient lands. Some Bibles have maps in them. I would maybe look online at bookstores or Amazon and see what books are out there. I haven't really looked at any recent books with maps. But typically any type of, I forget what they call those. I had one. I don't have access to it right now. Those books that have those maps. But just look online and just search online for those maps, and also the academy. You should be able to ask the elders in the academy. They probably more readily know the names of those books and give good recommendations. But yeah, Atlas, thank you. High maintenance. Atlas, and there might be another name for them too that's escaping my memory. Almanac. So those type of books you can look at. But I've been here for about 15 minutes, so sorry if I'm not getting all the questions. We're going to go ahead and conclude for tonight, but I definitely appreciate, again, you brothers and sisters, your support, being here for the broadcast. Again, hopefully everything was edifying tonight. I will have the links and everything hopefully before Monday. So for those that want the resources and the material we covered tonight, you will have it then. And until next broadcast, you brothers and sisters out there, be blessed, be diligent, and stay focused. Kwam Yasharala and Shabbat Shalom.